Kensington Oval, Barbados. An iconic, vibrant venue ready for the second encounter in this Apex Test series between the West Indies and England. Antigua was a stalemate. 5 days of toil and perseverance failed to separate the two teams. Joe Root needs no reminder of his last two visits to Barbados. England was skittled for 77 in 2019 and 123 in 2015 as they suffered under the palm trees. This is a pivotal test in this three-match series. It promises to be captivating. Bright sunshine and the result venue Kensington Oval in Barbados for the start of the second Apex Test match between the West Indies and England. It was 5 days of hard toil at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Cost the teams nothing. We're still all square here in Barbados and we head on to Grenada thereafter. So the series promises to be alive across the entire series. To start things, let's join Mark Butcher.
Good morning, one and all. It's toss time for the crucial second Apex Test match between West Indies and England. I've got match referee Richie Richardson with me, the England captain Joe Root, and of course Craig Brathwaite, the captain of the West Indies. Give it a flip for us, please, skipper.
Tails was the call.
Tails call.
Tails it is.
And it's come down to tail. Joe Root of England has won the toss. That's the easy bit. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first. It looks a good wicket and we'd like to make first use of it. You know, we're going to have to play well. We saw in the last game if there's any sort of moisture in there that can move around a bit, and I was really pleased from how we responded after a difficult start. So hopefully we can start a little bit stronger but still play as we did do after that first hour and a half. As
usual, it's been an exciting sort of 24 hours for you. Some of your plans have gone up in smoke. What does your team look like today?
Yeah, we've got two changes. Mark Wood and Craig Overton are out. Matthew Fisher and Saqib Mahmood come in and make their debuts. Very excited for both of them. Both very impressive young players, and obviously both very excited. We had some overnight. Craig wasn't feeling too well and unfortunately wouldn't be able to get through the game, so it's a great opportunity for Fish to come in and show everyone how good a player he is.
Okay, great stuff. Good luck. Thank you for speaking with us.
Good luck, mate.
Craig, you're going to have to come out and bowl first once again. No problem for you guys?
Well, obviously we're looking to bat first, but I think here at Kensington we always get some moisture early on, so we got to utilise that first hour.
You must have been very impressed with the fight that your team showed as well during the course of that Test match.
Yeah, good fight. Obviously led by Bonner. He really led by example, and it's for us to follow, to be honest.
And what about any team news for you? Are you the same side?
Yeah, same 11 to play this game. We go with the spinner, and the guys ready and raring to go.
Okay, and there were one or two noises from back home that there'd been an issue with the way that the game ended up with the draw the other day. Were you fine with that? No problems between yourself and the England camp?
Nah, no problems. There's always good spirit between West Indies and England, and we're all good.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much for speaking with us. Very, very good luck to you. So the news out here from a windswept middle at the Kensington Oval is that England have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Thank you very much to Mark. Of course, Saqib Mahmood, who we saw out here in the T20 series earlier in the year. Something of a white ball specialist, gets his Test match cap today, as well as Matthew Fisher, 24 years old from Yorkshire, looking to make his way in the international game. What a moment for him. Can Nkrumah Bonner find an affinity with the Kensington Oval surface as much as he's done with the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where he has his 2 Test match hundreds? Time will tell. And very few know this ground better than this man. Kemar Roach needs one more to pass the great man's haul of wickets. Sir Garfield Sobers, perhaps the greatest cricketer ever lived. Just to talk you.
Fisher and Mahmood will have played, what, 45, 46 first-class games between them, let alone Test matches. So this is going to be a big occasion for them. Whether or not sort of Fisher not finding out that he was playing until 24 hours before is a good thing or a bad thing, time will tell. But at least he's got the chance to watch his batters go out there and try and make runs on what looks to be a very, very good surface.
Sir Kirtley, your thoughts on this West Indies lineup?
I expected the same team, really. It's not a good idea to chop and change the team too often, especially after one game. So there's no surprises there whatsoever.
There may be some pressure on Versami Pomol to bowl better. This decision made by Joe Root and sending the West Indies into the field, how do you see it?
I think it's a good decision. I believe if West Indies have won the toss, they would have batted as well. It looked to be a good surface. Once you're going to get by that first hour or the first session, it will settle down and be very good for batting. So I think both teams will have liked to bat first.
Mark Butcher, two debuting fast bowlers.
Yep, two guys who are, I mean, literally standing on the shoulders of giants, making a debut here at Kensington Oval. I mean, the names on the stands tell it all. Joel Garner and Malcolm Marshall at either end. You've got Amby, who's, 52 wickets you took bowling here. The fast bowlers have always loved this particular ground, or at least they did in the past, where it flew through and batsmen were hopping around and it wasn't a great deal of fun for them. Things have changed a touch in terms of the way the pitches play. Reverse swing might come into it at some point down the line, which will really suit Saqib. And Matt Fisher is looking for bounce, basically. He's a really good line and length bowler. He stood out on an A tour of Australia and was able to maintain the line, get bounce and make batters play with a new ball. And that's pretty much all you can do, right?
I'm looking forward to this Lees Kemar Roach matchup. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much, Sir Kirtley. Yes, conditions, always a factor that we have to look at. Here's a man who knows this ground, as I said, better than most, alongside Samuel Badri, talking about those conditions.
5 grueling days of test match cricket in the first test, but nothing to separate these two teams. So we'll try again. We're here at the Kensington Oval. Cloudless, blue skies, the sun beaming down at us, that strong breeze that blows from that easterly direction where there aren't any stands, so full access to the ground, and that refreshing breeze will provide some respite for the players during these 5 days. The outfield, lush and green, always quite quick here at the Kensington Oval. Batsmen will get value for their shots along the ground. As for the surface itself, to me, it looks a little bit on the drier side. It looks a bit flaky at the top. There are some patches of grass throughout the surface, and you might just get that variable bounce throughout this test match. I think it will be challenging, as always, on the first day, but get progressively better as we go through this test match. But that's just my amateur assessment. I'm joined now by hometown hero and a professional, someone who knows this pitch quite well, Kemar Roach. Kemar, your assessment of the surface, and feel free to counter anything that I've just said.
No, I think you're spot on. A little drier than I usually see it. There's a little bit more grass here in Barbados. It usually starts a little bit slow and then picks up going on to the game, and then in the last couple of days it's probably variable bounce, but a little bit drier, a little bit different from what I've accustomed to seeing Barbados pitch, but let's see how it goes. Patches of grass, so hopefully for fast bowlers, they can hit some spots there and obviously get some assistance.
Yeah, hopefully some assistance for you. Of course, you're always looking for that. In terms of familiarity with these conditions here, of course, you've played a lot of your cricket here. Jason Holder, that magnificent unbeaten double 100. Just recently, Craig Brathwaite, 276. And in the same game, John Campbell, 127. How much will that, knowing these conditions quite well, impact on your guys' performance?
Obviously, it's a confidence builder. A lot of runs been scored here in the last couple games. Not usually a Barbados pitch. Obviously, you get more assistance for the fast bowlers and you get lower totals, but it seems to be a batting paradise now. So hopefully the batsmen will come out here, obviously, and obviously put some runs on the board and obviously put us in a good position to win this game.
Always wonderful to hear from you. That's it from out in the middle here at the surface. We'll remain to see how this one plays.
This is a facility that has produced results in each of its last 7 test matches. Reason to be optimistic, reason to smile if you're a player. We'll take a short break. On the other side, we will have live action of the second Apex test match.
Hello and welcome to continued coverage of this Apex Test Series, the second test match. And as you can see, the players just taking a knee in recognition of the Black Lives Matter movement and that fight for equality of treatment across the world. It's really nice to see the players standing in solidarity with that particular cause, the Black Lives Matter movement. Alex Lees at the top of the order for England once again. Made his debut in that first test match. And Kima Roach will be opening the bowling from the Joel Garner end. Very familiar with this particular venue. Of course, he hails from Barbados. Nice healthy crowd in the first morning of this test match. The traveling supporters from the Barmy Army. And they've come in quite early to ensure that they get and catch up the first bit of action on this all-important first day. Nothing to separate both these teams just yet in this test series after 5 grueling days. What does this test match have to offer? Mark Butcher, good morning.
Very good morning to you. Players were keen, I'll tell you that. They were out about 4 minutes early, hence the delay. Alex Lees, the blood will be pumping through his body. Heart rate up. Imar Roach had him LBW twice in Antigua. Be hoping for better returns.
Some movement early from Kima Roach. And this is exactly what he did in that first test, from around the wicket to the left-hander. And just look at that seam position.
Roach, fifth leading wicket taker here at Kensington Oval. He is, as are the 2 England debutants today. We'll tell you about those in a moment. He's literally standing on the shoulders of giants here. Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner, Hall and Griffith to Gary Stovers. It is an absolute who's who of Caribbean cricket here. Who knows, Kemar Roach may one day etch his name on one of the buildings here. A couple of batters could play a bit too. Greenwich and Haynes, what a partnership for the West Indies they were. Laurel Weeks and Walcott. There are many grounds in the Caribbean that have a rich history. I reckon this is, well, the Bajans will tell you this is the one.
Yeah, it's fondly called the Mecca of cricket here in the region. Such an iconic venue, as you would have seen there, all of those famous players who would have graced the cricketing world, etched their names in history. West Indies unchanged, but for England, 2 debutants, Matthew Fisher and Saqib Mahmood. Fisher, of course, late call into the final 11 due to that issue with Craig Overton not feeling too well. Subtly behind that one, and of course Mahmood replaces the injured Mark Wood. So wonderful opportunity for those 2 young players to make a name for themselves in the first test of their careers, and hopefully would be a long career for them, long successful career. And to make a debut in such an iconic venue. Maiden over to start.
And middle and off. Middle and off.
Centurion in the first test, Zach Crawley registered his second test match century and looked really composed and fluent in that knock. Jaden Seals also had a bit of success in picking up a 4-wicket haul in the first innings.
Center.
It will be another good battle here. Of course, that wind blowing from right to left on your screen. And Jaden Seals will be looking to use that to his advantage to get that ball to a way swing from the right-handed Crawley. 3 slips in a gully, waiting down in the cordon. How impressive was he in that knock, Mark Butcher?
Yeah, I mean, something that we've known about Zach Crawley for a long time is that once he gets himself in and the balance is right, there are a few people that hit the ball harder. Always looking to be positive. Played the spin of Kamal well, got England moving towards that declaration. He impressed one or two knowledgeable pundits in Australia with belligerent stroke play at the back end of that Ashes series, and he'll be hoping he can build on that today. One thing's for sure with Jaden Seals, he'll be tested. Zach Crawley has that guard over onto sort of off stump. He reckons it gives him a better chance of being able to line the ball up. Seals will get the ball on that breeze. He's got another easterly. So it's actually moving in almost identical direction to that we had in Antigua, perhaps not quite as strong, not yet anyway.
Good bounce and carry through to the wicket keeper. A little bit of shape as well, and I just wonder what sort of adjustment the West Indian bowlers will make, particularly to Zach Crawley, as you mentioned, that stance on that off stump. And I just thought that in the first test, they may have gotten a little bit too greedy and bowled too straight to him, which allowed him to score freely through that onside. Will they be more patient and just outside off stump, or will they try to go straight once again?
It's well played. I mean, the key for Zach Crawley, given his positioning on the crease and given the other variables involved, is just to try to really concentrate hard and just getting his head going up towards the line of the ball, exactly where it's coming from. That's what when I talk about balance, if he can make his head in his stance, perhaps be leaning a little bit more over the front leg, get it going towards where it's coming from, then the tendency to move across the crease and be susceptible to the one that goes back in or playing at wide deliveries disappears. Short extra cover in place now. That's really good. Excellent. And I think you're right about the West Indies and their approach in that last test match. Again, they had so little to work with. You couldn't really work for the outside edge on the pitch in Antigua because if you nicked it, it didn't reach the keeper. But here you will have that kick and that bounce and carry. I think back to the T20 series where Jason Holder in the very first match of that series took 4 for 7. He made the ball bounce and fly through to the keeper. So West Indies will be hunting edges here at Kensington Oval.
And of course, he ended that series with 4 wickets in 4 ball. Another maiden. if this would be his line of approach, his modus operandi, Kemar Roach, just angle that ball in and generally get it to leave. But these deliveries are the wicket-taking ones that are set up by those previous deliveries. Twice, he's gotten Alex Lees out to that one that just held its line. And as I mentioned, being set up by the ones that leave him before. So not too sure about the line. So far, so good for Alex Lees.
Yeah, 4 slips in place. So Roach is planting the seed in Lees' mind that the ball is going to be leaving him. He's looking for those edges. And Roach, being the wily old campaigner that he is, will make him wait for that one coming back in. It's one of the things that makes the word test so apt for test matches. You go out as an opening batter, you face a guy who gets your number twice. 3 days later, you have to go and face him again. Poses the same questions.
And just interesting to see the adaptation or the modification that he's made to his batting stance. Just opened up a little bit more this morning as compared to that first test match, so that he can access the ball a little bit more. Such an important facet of your game, being able to make those adjustments and to adapt to the challenge at hand. Let's see if that works for him. There's no guarantee that it will.
No, I bet that again is nicely played, and I think if we could see Roach again with the seam cantered towards the slips. But on that occasion, Lees is able to keep his front knee out the way. And you do that by opening up your front toe. As soon as your toe is square and pointing across the pitch, as it is in the left-hand side one.
First runs off the bat for Alex Lees. First runs for England.
Well, that'll make him feel better. Poor delivery from Kemar, just got a little greedy, but it'll make Alex Lees feel much better about it. Knee doesn't get in the way, the bat has free access to tickle that ball round the corner for 4.
Excellent leave. Excellent delivery. Just 4 runs from the over. It's gone. A wicket for Jaden Seals. The early breakthrough. Exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, that's exactly the area. The bowler can just draw you forward, get that little bit of movement away. Zach Crawley is not entirely sure how wide that delivery is, and in the end wasn't definite enough in pulling the bat out of the way. And that has cost him his wicket. He's gone for a 7-ball duck. It's 4 for 1.
Not for the first time, Captain Joe Root has to make an early entrance out in the middle. And that off-stump guard brings with it some level of difficulty. Not too sure where your off-stump really is, and sometimes you play at deliveries that you can comfortably leave. On that occasion, lots of indecision, and in the end, not sure whether to leave or to play, just edges it through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, just it's a conversation and a debate that has raged back home in the UK. I don't like it. I tell you what, I think I've settled on something. If the ball's not moving, not swinging, not seaming, that's fine. As soon as the ball starts to move laterally, you give yourself a massive problem. And Seals hasn't bowled a single delivery, I don't think. I'm sure Hawkeye will be able to let me know that would have hit the stumps yet.
But Mark, I just scored a century with that stance, with that approach.
No, exactly. And that's what I'm saying is that there are certain circumstances in which it looks amazing. They generally tend to be when the ball is going gun barrel straight. But I'm not going to let you suck me into this vortex.
But it was really impressive to see the adjustment that Jayden Seales made and the West Indies team. They looked at that last test match and they saw that they bowled a little bit too close to Crawley, particularly early in his innings. And they've made that concerted effort to go wider. They fortified the offside, a short extra cover, men in the slip region, and they bowled wide. And it worked immediately. Because as you've been alluding to, he's not entirely sure whether to leave or to play based on where he starts. And once there's lateral movement and that indecision, well, we saw the result.
We've just heard from the fine young gentleman in the truck downstairs that indeed not a single ball would have hit the stumps yet from Jayden Seales.
Excellent delivery once again from Jayden Seales.
Yeah, good ball this. This one does angle in. Joe Root had to think about playing it. It moved late, quickly and late.
A wicket maiden for Jayden Seales. Kemar Roach to continue.
On the just a bit of cloud blowing over the ground. Here you just get these moments of cool, and then the sun is back out blazing down again. Kemar Roach hasn't broken 130 kilometres per hour just as yet. I was thinking, even though the West Indies had that day's batting in the final day of the Test match, for both of these teams it's a quick turnaround to come out and bowl again. flight on Sunday, albeit it's only an hour. Teams have a relaxing day off and then back into training again. Just worth perhaps another look at that Alex Lee's adjustment with the toes and the way that he's just opened himself up a bit more this morning. The front toe on the left picture there is pointing very much just in front of square on the offside, I guess. And the issue that brings is when you move that foot forward, if the foot still continues to point square on the offside, that your knee gets in the way of the bat, meaning that you have to play around your front pad in order to access the ball. And that is the problem that he had with... Nicely timed, played. That was the problem that he had with Kemar Roach in both innings at Antigua. Just had a little fiddle with it, had a little look, and has figured out a way to access the ball a little better on, off and middle stump.
The last first-class game played here, just as a point of reference in terms of this pitch being good for batting. Jamaica against Barbados, the 15th to the 18th of February. Jamaica made 328 in their first innings. Barbados followed that with 521 for 8 declared. So just a few weeks ago, really high-scoring encounter between those two first-class teams. Just wonder what sort of score this pitch has in store for us. These two batting lineups. And Craig Brathwaite, of course, scored a magnificent 276 in that batting effort for Barbados. Joe Root gets off the mark. 8 for 1.
Stop sliding.
Just a reminder of what happened in that first test match. England had 3 centurions, West Indies had 1. Match ending in a stalemate. The epitome of concentration and focus, and certainly when he's batting. And Kumabona, 355 deliveries, followed by 138 deliveries in the second innings. Johnny Bairstow, masterful 140 in the first innings for England. And this venue, sort of a fortress for the West Indies against England. They've won the last 2 test matches here. 2019 when they bowled England out for 77 in the first innings, and 2015 when they bowled England out for 123 in the second innings. Last time England won here was way back in 2004. Prior to that, 1994, and prior to that, 1935. Magnificent from Joe Root. Absolutely smashed that one.
He made that look easy, didn't he? First time we've seen West Indies bowler test the middle of the pitch, and he was greeted with this. Mentioned 1994. Shades of Alex Stewart and the double tons here at Kensington Oval that led England to that famous victory all those years ago. Root solid. Well, if you're just joining us, wherever you may be around the world, very warm welcome along to coverage of this second Apex Test Series. Ben Stokes handed out a cap to Saqib Mahmood, who will make his debut in this Test match, along with a youngster, Matt Fisher of Yorkshire. Yorkshire and Lancashire, the red and white roses represented, and a couple of young fellas who will be beaming for the rest of the day. Interested to find out that Saqib and Fisher between them have only played 46 first-class matches. The only pair that have made debuts for England who have had less first-class experience to their name was Richard Dawson and wicketkeeper James Foster. Back in the Mohali Test match of 2001, they'd only played 37 games between them.
Over. 12 for 1 England. Speaking about debutants, Nigel Duguid, his first on-field appearance in Test match cricket. He's been the TV umpire previously, but has never stood in a match. So congratulations to him and all the best. It just seems to me, Mark, once Kima bowls that outside off-stump line, he gets the ball to seam away, and the moment he tries to go straight, he just continues down the leg side. So still trying to find that optimal line and length.
Yeah, it's the thing with swing bowling, is it's not an exact science. You'll be messing around with the seam position, trying to find exactly the right camber to get the movement exactly as he wants it. Got that one on a string. It's just the kill ball, if you'll forgive me, the one that comes back in. But one thing that Alex Lees actually has in his favour on this surface as opposed to Antigua is that the ball is more likely to bounce over the top of the stumps, the straight one. We've already seen a lot more carry and bounce here than we did at any point during the previous Test match.
Of course, Kemar Roach level in terms of wickets, Test wickets for the West Indies, with Sir Garfield Sobers, one of the greatest all-rounders to have graced the game. So you just need 1 wicket to surpass him and to get into those higher echelons of West Indian fast bowlers.
Middle, please. Middle.
He's got 1 or 2 runs to make to catch up with Sir Garfield. He's working on it though, Kemar tells me. Absolutely loves his batting. And why wouldn't you? Most bowlers do. Stops them from having to bowl.
So he's gone over the wicket now, change of angle. Has had considerably more success against left-handers round the wicket. And so far, Alex Lees has been able to keep him out. And this is the leading wicket takers for West Indies in Test match cricket. So he's level in terms of wickets, 235 with the great man, Sir Garfield Sobers. And lots of eminent names just ahead of him. To get into that group, would have had an excellent career so far, Kemar Roach.
Yeah, Walsh and Ambrose top the list here at Kensington Oval as well. 53 wickets for Courtney, 52 for Kirtley. Malcolm Marshall, the great one, in there at 3rd place. Seven overs gone, 12 for 1.
Good crowd in so far on the first morning. Stifle appeal from the back of the wicket.
Yeah, you mentioned the crowds. I have to queue up extremely early here. It's no vaccination, no entry state of affairs here. Of course, once again, you'll see all of the fans from the UK, tour groups are plenty. All the hotels booked up, restaurants booked up. So the queue, they're out about 7:30 this morning, looking to get in. But then it's worth it once you get inside. Know who brought the jet ski along?
Yeah, West Indies coach Phil Simmons mentioned at the end of that first test that he felt as though that game was played at Trent Bridge. To see the number of supporters for their away team, I wonder where he thinks he's playing today, because it's a much bigger crowd here at the Kensington Oval. A scattering of local fans, West Indian fans, in and amongst the predominantly English crowd. Huge appeal from Jaden Seals and the West Indies, not interested. Umpire Nigel Duguid. The customary conversation to decide whether or not to review it, and he's decided to go for it.
Thank you, Nigel. Player review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given is not out. Front foot check. Fair delivery established. Can we move on? Front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but I need Ultredge to confirm whether bat on ball. Ultredge coming up. So flat line as the ball goes past the bat. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready? It's pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wickets missing. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
Decision upheld. Comfortably over the stumps. And Jaden Seals was indicating such.
Really good decision from Nigel Duguid, not least because it's his first in Test match cricket. And he was absolutely right. Sat up here, looking right down the barrel, down the bowler's arm. As I mentioned before, the pitch is much bouncier here than in Antigua. It was always going over. Veerasamy Permaul, just saw in the screen there. You surprised that he, well, I'm guessing the conditions say that you should play a spinner, but he would have been disappointed with the way he played in the last test.
Yeah, certainly. Especially given the fact that Jack Leach was able to do such a good job for England, a holding job. A difficult pitch for bowlers to get wickets, but at least you would want your spinner to be able to perform that holding role. And he was quite expensive in the context of the game, and really didn't allow Craig Brathwaite to use him the way that he would have wanted to.
I guess there was a temptation, given that the last time that England played West Indies here in 2019, they went with 4-man bowling attack, and they could have brought in Carl Mayers and sort of lengthened the batting lineup. But are you happy with the way they've gone?
Yeah, I think so. Based on the conditions here, I'm quite happy with that. But there's a lot of scrutiny that will be placed on Versamy Permaul in this Test match. Of course, in that famous win in 2015, he got 3 wickets for 43 runs, so he did play in that game. 12 for 1, England.
Come and go this way. That's middle.
Well, the gorgeous views of the coastline of Barbados. 12 for 1 it is on the field. There'll be many others who aren't at the stadium here today enjoying the delights of Barbados. So far this morning, that 1 wicket going down. Zach Crawley for a duck. Trying to leave one alone, or not really trying very hard to leave one alone, it seems, outside the off stump. But the rest of the time, a couple of nice fluent shots from both batsmen. A lot of leaving. Not surprising. Start of a Test match, day 1, session 1 of a Test match. It's nicely played. Just timed away straight down the ground through mid-off. And that's one of those ones that counts as a confidence booster for Alex Lees. Nice position, just out of the crease to start with. Gets himself into a nice crouch position, waiting to the shot. Good time to say a very good morning to Sir Curtly Ambrose, looking very chilled.
Good morning, David. I'm always chilled. You know that. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm chilling. The air conditioning is on full blast. I've seen you a little animated before, though, here and there, especially with the cricket ball in hand.
Yeah, once or twice.
What have you made of it this morning?
Nice, easy going for England. There's not a lot of bounce and pace in the surface. We've seen Seals swung it quite a bit. Got out the load wicket to fall so far. But I reckon once they get past the first hour or so, it will settle down a bit. Probably much better for batting. No alarms, nothing for England to worry about too much. So the new ball is going to be key.
Yeah, that sort of line there is going to be key as well. So far today, Alex Lees has left those immaculately. Our colleagues were just now talking about the slight change in stance. So he's obviously done some interesting homework in the last few days since Antigua. Oh, drops short. Finds the edge, but drops short of Jason Holder. Frustration for Roach. 16 for 1. Yeah, it's just that little bit of movement, but soft hands, the old soft hands do the trick. And it bounces well in front of that slips cordon. Well, we've got the first bowling change of the morning. Alzarri Joseph. Relatively high average in terms of West Indies fast bowling. But 19 matches, 45 wickets, average 38. Clipped away, first ball from Joseph. Just clipped away, but not middled. Runs away for 2. I would guess the suggestion is that Jayden Seales, whose lines actually today were a little better than they were at the start of the Test match in Antigua, where he was too often too wide, but today he's been more on target, kept batsmen interested. He's got the 1 wicket, of course, has Jayden Seales, so he might well be following on from Kemar Roach at the Warren Weeks and Walcott end, the 3Ws end, or otherwise known as the Joel Garner end. So many famous names in this part of the world in Barbados. Rich, rich history of cricket and great cricketers. So yes, that end, or rather the media centre end, is the Malcolm Marshall end. This is where Alzarri Joseph is bowling from now. The other end is the Joel Garner end. Sir Garfield Sobers, to give him his full title nowadays. His name adorns the pavilion. I'm told Gary still wanders onto a golf course.
He certainly does. He loves his golf, Sir Gary. Last time I spoke to him, asked him about his golf. Said his golf is still going very well. And I'm sure Alzarri Joseph would want his bowling to go very well. There's a hint of swing as well from this end. Saw Jayden Seales doing it. Now Alzarri Joseph with a hint of swing.
It's a nice shot. My word, that's a nice shot. Again, there was that hint of swing, but there was width and it was too full as well. Joe Root's eyes lit up, but it was quite a stretch to get there.
Certainly played it well in the end, Captain Root. There's a hint of swing for Joseph, but a little bit too full. And Joe Root was equal to the task. Good stride in.
$22 for 1. Yeah, you know, one of the great things about the great batsmen is they pick up line and length so much quicker, it seems, sometimes than mere mortals. That all comes from watching the hand, watching the ball leave the hand. You get your first clues literally within that split second as it leaves the hand. And Joe Root's foot movement there was outstanding. Really good stride towards the ball and a lovely shot to finish with when he got there. Certain symmetry with the England scores so far then. 11 and 11 and a sad 0 in between for Zach Crawley. And this is all about concentration for Alex Lees. He knows what Kemar Roach is going to try and do. Memories will be vivid from that Antigua Test match. Kemar Roach has the patience to keep just firing away on and off, on and just outside off stump. And both men know there is that one that might just slide on back into the left-hander. And that's the one to look for. The rest you have to be mighty careful to leave.
Kemar Roach enjoys bowling from around the wicket to the left-handers. Since 2017, 91% of the time he's bowled around the wicket to the left-handers with great effect, taking 49 wickets and only 5 of those from over the wicket. So he has been extremely successful around the wicket against the left-handers.
It is just pure patience. It's not easy, even with that angle, which can be threatening to the left-hander, because if he gets the line, shall we say, another 6 inches towards off stump, as it's leaving the hand. So it's much more at Alex Lees, and you've still got that outswing. Then it makes that whole business of judging the leave that little bit harder. At the moment, you'd say that probably 80% of Roach's deliveries this morning to the left-hander have been relatively easy to leave. Now that's the result of the new stance, trying not to get that right foot too far across. So when you get it that sort of line, that sort of slightly fuller length, still got to try and do something with that right foot. In the end, that looked to me just a little bit awkward, a little bit too awkward.
I agree that Kemar Roach is a little bit too wide of the off stump. That was a much better delivery. But when you have that particular field, David, with all the guys in the slip cordon looking for that edge, it forces a bowler to go that much wider. You don't want to go too straight where you're punching to the onside. So maybe a slight field adjustment, maybe take one of the slips out and put in a short mid-wicket area, may do the trick.
Almost a hint of playing at it, but not quite. 22 for 1. Yeah, it is the dilemma for a captain and a bowler. You want this line of attack to persist because you feel as though there is a possible good result at the end of it. And that one just almost tempted Lees into playing at it. But yes, you're right. If you get the man in on the onside and you want to stop the runs being clipped away there and you want to keep the man on strike, then you have to sacrifice one of those slips. Well, we have really good numbers and plenty of colour in amongst the travelling supporters for this second test of the series. In fact, just in the last few days, it was announced by the local authorities, local government, they would allow 100% of paying spectators in. Already there was a large contingent of prepaid English support, varying degrees of luxury or lack of it. Plenty of keenness all round, and all being well, plenty of sunscreen. But this test match has been very, very good for business in Barbados. Not quite sure of the exact numbers, the thousands that have come in specifically to be here for this one cricket game. There's some very familiar faces all around the ground, people we've seen here many times before. The tour companies are out in force. The restaurants are full, the beach bars are full. Brewery will be empty soon.
Why are you smiling when I say that, David?
One is I know it won't be my fault. I'm just thinking about the others who will take full advantage.
And speaking of the number of spectators that travel from the UK, from as far back as I can remember, if there are 2 islands that the England spectators will want to go, it's Barbados and of course Antigua. That seems to be the norm, so it's no surprise there at all.
Yeah, it makes good commercial sense, and Grenada as well has where we're going for the third test match, has some lovely hotels there, lovely ambience. We have the pool. Didn't have the pool in Antigua. At the moment, that looks nice, bright, sparkling and clean. Who knows what it'll be like by the end of the fifth day. Oh, that's edged through, over, past the slips cordon. It goes running away to third man for 4. That stretch this time not as good as the previous one.
A little bit streaky this time from Joe Root. Went for the drive, took the outside edge way over the slip cordon. No chance at all.
Well, it needed to go to Jason Holder directly at that sort of height, otherwise it was always safe. And that's come back in. That's good bowling from Joseph. Just the in swing back into Joe Root this time. 26 for 1. Well, Joe Root was able to talk Zach Crawley to 100 in the second innings in Antigua. Crawley giving credit for lots of sane, sanguine advice from the England captain. Wonder if he can do the same for Alex Lees. .26 for 1. We've seen an exclusive diet so far of the quicker bowling. It's an interesting move, actually. Pitch, when we all saw it this morning before play, looks pretty flat all round. There are little patches of grass here and there. 1 or 2 little flakes, surface flakes as well, which are interesting. But it's an interesting move at this stage of the morning. Where are we? 50 minutes in, just to have a look and see what happens for the spinner.
Let's go, Gun. Working, guns, working, boys.
I have to say that Pamul's performance in Antigua was lacking, especially in the second innings. Very inconsistent with lines and lengths, but let's see what he does here in Barbados. Well, that's a much better line and length straight away. That first ball, it's a little bit of a shuffle from Lees. I'm not sure he picked up the length completely as it left the hand there. Good close field, slip, leg slip, short legs. That's good attacking stuff from Craig Brathwaite as well, just in case early indecision creeps in.
Catch it, Brookie.
And there's a little early turn, slowish turn, and a little early bounce.
No, it's finished.
Pamal didn't bowl particularly well in Antigua. Has got a perfect opportunity now to redeem himself.
Oh, yes, gone off.
He's been introduced into the attack inside an hour. First morning of a test match, which tells you the nature of the surface. Not much in it for the fast bowlers.
What I like as well, though, is that it's not just a suck it and see spell with fielders in defensive positions. Straight away, 3 men in very attacking positions, just in case something does happen, and you take advantage straight away.
Down. Keep going, Gunner. Nothing easy.
We know full well from watching Joe Root and his spinners over the last few years. Since the days of sort of Graham Swan, who was the last really effective spinner for England, that it tends to be the other way around. You start defensively and you eventually, if you're brave enough, start to bring men in.
Oh, yes, Gunner.
That's a good over. 26 for 1.
Okay, let me see it. Okay, let me see it. Come for drinks, bro.
So whatever you say about his bowling in Antigua, every player in every game starts afresh with a new match. That will be an encouraging first over for Virasamy Pamul. 1 over, 1 maiden. We were talking about the islands preferred for this England tour, and there is that very strong commercial aspect which suits England tourists, suits the West Indies board, because they get the added income from the tourists coming to the islands they want to come to. As I say, it's Antigua, Barbados, these lovely views of the port area. There are some prettier aspects to Barbados, that is for sure. Many, many, many of them. But 3 good islands for this tour, but you miss out, sadly, on places like Trinidad and Jamaica and Guyana. I remember from tours in the 80s where it would be inevitably a 5-match tour, inevitably probably a 5-0 win as well for West Indies, but let's not go back to that.
No, we won't go back there. But with a 3 test match series, obviously Antigua and Barbados must get 1 each. And then all the other islands will be fighting for the 3rd one. This time it's Grenada who's gotten it.
Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but as an England player and England captain in Trinidad, for instance, as an example, one of the islands we're not going to, had a lot of fun down there. Awful lot of fun down there. It's very different in terms of geography, topography, the whole thing, compared to, say, Barbados, Antigua. Not quite the same access to beaches so readily. We've got to get half an hour to Maracas. But there's a lot going on in places like Trinidad, a lot going on in Jamaica. Pulled away, not with any power or timing, but it'll just pick up 1 for Joe Root. We haven't had much short pitch bowling this morning, and I would agree with the tactic in as much as when you're playing under these conditions, that new ball needs to be utilised as best it can. If there's any swing, it's going to be in the first 10, 15, maybe 20 overs if you're lucky. So keeping it fuller at this stage of the game is the better tactic, but with the odd one thrown in just to keep batsmen honest. Lee's made runs before the test match in Antigua. He made runs at Coolidge in the warm-up game, of the more obdurate kind rather than the free-flowing.
Over.
27 for 1. So disappointment for Zach Crawley. Once again, Joe Root in his new position, or renewed position. He's been there before at number 3, in all too early, but relatively untroubled, Lees and Root.
Go, Sammy.
Right, so
Come back for leg if you want leg.
for Virasamy Pamal, over the wicket to the left-hander. That was all 6 balls of his first over. He starts this second over of his spell round the wicket at Joe Root. Just 2 men close in, short leg and a slip this time. Short extra cover. The long off has gone on back on the boundary. That's a play from the Joe Root captaincy playbook.
Work in, Sammy. Come on, Sammy. Let's get another. Let's get one, Sam. Working, Sammy. Work, Sam.
Where he got it wrong, Pamal, in Antigua, I say, especially that second innings, was very slow pitch, and too often he was just too short, just too wide, and runs flowed because of it. First thing here today, he's made a big effort, it seems, to get it fuller, straighter. There's drift there for him as well.
He's a much better bowler than he showed in Antigua. He just didn't quite get it right. And so far this morning, he's looking a lot better, hitting those areas, not too short, not too wide. So that should do his confidence some good.
Catch it, down Tommy, well done Tommy.
Yeah, keen to defend his figures as well there, very quick to move to his left. Had it got past him, it was one down to that strangely posted long off.
Oh, well bowled Sammy. Very well bowled, Gunner.
Seemed to have settled the Sammy Pamal. He's only second over, but he looks a much better bowler than he did in Antigua.
Oh, jeez, Gunner.
Oh, Joe Root has gone for that slog sweep, which actually took me by surprise, probably as much as it did him. Anyway, picks up one for it, so Pamal has conceded his first run of his spell, the first 2 overs.
Normal first. Normal. Come on.
That long leg, very wide, almost more of a backward deep square leg than a long leg, to be honest. So just the one to Joe Root. Just comparing these first 2 test matches, the pace and bounce. The red ball slightly less bounce, the blue ball slightly more bounce, so the carry just a little bit more. I think a lot of people were hoping for a lot more, but I'm afraid we'll just have to settle for a little bit more. The evidence, the first 10 overs.
It's a very similar type surface here in Barbados, like we saw in Antigua. And in Antigua, after the first hour, it got flatter as the game went on. And I reckon this could be the same. And just like Antigua, where I was a bit disappointed with the surface, I am a little bit disappointed here as well. First ever test match, very dry. Very slow, and it will get slower as the game progresses. And we need to do better when preparing these surfaces, especially for test match cricket.
You could ask someone just to not cut all the grass off. And that's been the feature of both these pitches, Antigua and Barbados. You know, there's hardly a blade of grass to be seen on the pitch. There are patches. There are a few patches on this pitch, but they look very dry. It's not exactly acres of green grass. See if you can find a grass sponsor, Curtly.
Well, when you look at the square itself, lush, green, it simply means that grass can grow on the pitch. But for some reason, once you mention test match cricket, these groundsmen tend to shave all the grass off, leave it very bare and dry. No good. On dry, low, slow surfaces, it's more difficult for good stroke play as well. And I've been talking about this for years. We need to prepare better cricket pitches where it's a good contest between bat and ball, where batsmen can play their strokes without wondering what's going to happen, and there's something in it for the bowlers as well.
Yes, all noble ambitions for Test cricket. Anyway, we've had an hour of play here at Kensington in Barbados. England have lost the 1 wicket for 29. Lees and Root still manoeuvring their way through this morning session. It's time for drinks, Blue Waters drinks.
$29 for 1 from 16 overs, the first hour, with the over rate up around where it should be. And that's largely because West Indies have already bowled left-arm spin. The travelling supporters don't seem to mind too much. It is a glorious place to watch cricket. Zach Crawley perhaps not enjoying himself quite as much as everybody else. He was the only man dismissed in that first hour. Caught behind off the bowling of the impressive Jaden Seals. Half attempting to pull his bat out of the way, wide of the stumps. A little bit of a way swing from Seals, who was impressive once again in his opening burst. But as you may have heard from Sir Curtly Ambrose, we've had spin. Pamal is into his 3rd over in the first hour of a test match at Kensington Oval. Sort of thing that would have made his forefathers shudder. The fast bowling fraternity.
He's coming back.
We've got a lurker behind the sight screen. Unhappy with the fact that the over rate is at such an express pace. He's just slowed things down a bit for us.
Oh yes.
Drift from Pamal. Very, very good morning to you, Ian Bishop.
Guns. Keep going, Guns.
Morning, Mark. Hello, everyone. Pamal needs a better outing. I'm sure that's obvious.
Oh yes, Gunner boy. Very well bowled, Gunner. Very well bowled, Guns.
Samuel Badri mentioned earlier he goes back to 2015 with 3 wickets for 14. The second innings helped West Indies to win that test match, 1 in the first. Hopefully he has a good memory.
Oh yeah, down, boss.
It's quite a daunting thing, I would think, for a finger spinner to be bowling at Joe Root, the way that he's played spin over the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, down, boss. Hit Bonner.
Sent back by Lees. Excellent from Bonner. alertness, sharpness from the West Indies in the field.
I wonder too, given the conditions, whether, and we'll find out in time, Jason Holder, who has an excellent record with the ball at this ground, which end he prefers. I should know this. I've watched him play so many test matches here, so I'm wondering if it's the end from where Joseph has been bowling along with Jaden Seals. It may be totally wrong. I should know better, but the wind direction suggests.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to come from our end, isn't he? The Malcolm Marshall, opposite of Pamal. A solid block from Lees, who's looked comfortable in Test match cricket this morning. 30 for 1. Now Zari Joseph into his 5th over. Does tend to be the most expensive of the West Indies quick bowlers, but does also generate the most pace. It's interesting that we haven't seen Jason Holder as yet. Giant of a man in the gully. Averages 10 with the ball here. He averages over 50 with the bat as well. West Indies holding him back to ambush England. Leading wicket takers at Bridgetown, dominated by the fast bowlers, Walsh, Ambrose, Marshall, Garner. That would have been a pleasant morning as an opening batter. Kemar Roach nestled in there at 5. Andy Roberts, the professor. Fidel Edwards, who caused 1 or 2 nightmares for 1 or 2 of my vintage. Short ball, not time. Joseph just gave Root a little bit of hurry up there with extra bounce. Of course, we've got Mr. B, Ian Bishop. Average of 24, best of 6 for 87. Was that on debut? 6 for 87.
Second test match of my career. First in Ghana, was rained out. We had 1 day's play or something, and then we came here against India.
I'm guessing as you flew around the region in your youth, there were places you preferred bowling more than others. This would have been one of them, I guess.
I wouldn't say I disliked it, but I can't remember playing on a quick pitch here, and I started playing here towards the end of the 80s. Sabina Park in Jamaica was, for several reasons, and Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad.
Lee solidly in behind the last ball of the 18th. 31 for 1. Calmez on as sub. Haven't spotted who's having a blow at the moment. He made a bit of a mark in that T20 series, hard-hitting top-order left-hander. Root. Didn't think it would be long before we saw the sweep against the left-arm spinner. So Jamaica, then you'd say, favoured ground around the region, late 80s in terms of the pitches. What else? Where else? Queen's Park Oval, obviously.
Yeah, I just felt that in Port of Spain, Trinidad, for me, this is my own experience, not anyone else's. The ball swung at different times. Early morning, late in the evening, I found that the ball swung. There was an uneven bounce. Sabina Park was harder. You'd get uneven bounce there as well. So again, I didn't dislike playing here, but I just enjoyed more playing on those two grounds. What I'm looking for here as well would be the footmarks developing from day to day outside the batsman's off stump, in this case the left-hander or the right-hander.
Oh yeah, Sammy.
An extra bounce there from Pamor as he tries to hit one of those footmarks. You can already see them. They're pretty well defined already, aren't they, on day one? I mean, listen, as long as the ball does something, I don't really mind. I don't mind if the spinners turn it.
Oh yes.
It's unusual for,
very well ball, Guns. Very well
I suppose, people thinking about the past would see it was unusual to see the spinners on at this time in a match at Kensington Oval.
Oh yes,
No, nothing against spinners having their fun on any cricket surface. It's the ones that do nothing for anybody that are a problem.
I see it all too often in domestic cricket after 1 hour of a first-class match. Spinners on. Not saying anything about the surface, it's too early, but domestically, spinners play too big a role. Too early. 34 for 1.
Well, we didn't think it'd be long. Jason Holder, who so often reserves his very best for England, into the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end. Excellent again in the field. Skipper leading by example. Holder just brings extra cover in a little closer as Root pushes out in front of himself. Is there an element that there may be a little fatigue in the West Indies bowling lineup? Notice that Kemar Roach struggled to sort of hit 130 in his opening spell. It is a quick turnaround. I know back-to-back test matches aren't a new thing, but they still take a lot out of players, don't they?
Yeah, there would be. I'm sure there would be. It's not easy. Travel day on Sunday, then though they wouldn't have bowled much on Monday and Tuesday at practice. They had their full practice sessions. Roach and Holder, Joseph, Seals wouldn't have bowled much, if at all, at practice, just to try to keep them fresh. But Holder himself, and we talked about this being his preferred end to start, is just going a little too much onto leg stump. He'd be hoping for some away swing from against the right-handed batter, just shaping the ball as he normally does with that lovely wrist position and riding the wind. So far, he's pushing everything in, which would be good against Lees if he were to face it.
An appeal, I think, for the catch. Joe Root was outside the line for any LBW call, and again, bounce would have taken it over the top, but just inquiring as to whether or not there's an inside edge there as well. They've already burnt one review against Joe Root. They don't burn another one. 36 for 1.
Noise sounded funny, was definitely struck outside the line of off stump.
Good, Sammy. Working, Gunner. Working, Guns. Keep going, Guns.
Let's have a look again at that last over. Looks as though there might have been bat on that. Let's have one more close look to decipher. See, there's a scraggle there. And I think he did hit it. Did get a little scratch on it.
Oh, catch it!
A bit of turn.
Well. First to the spin, and second to this. Ball did make it through to Josh Da Silva.
Oh, geez, Sammy boy.
This is the issue when you have a speculative appeal early on and you lose a review, you become gun shy in terms of having another look. But when we were watching the replay, the first replay, not live, but the first replay, to us it sounded as though there were two little clicks.
Not bad, don't mind it.
So bearing in mind the umpire on the field has only got that one chance to look at it. On the second replay, or the first replay we saw, both Ian Bishop and I looked at one another and went, hang on, was there two noises there?
Go ahead, Guns.
We'd have had a whole heap of replays looking at the catch as well at some point. So perhaps best the incident has passed. 37 for 1.
Yeah, he's over. Middle, please.
Well, the old saying, mad dogs and Englishmen go out in the midday sun. The supporters from the UK here in full force. There are West Indian supporters around. They just tend to stay under the shade during the day. Lees has looked tidy, looked a lot more comfortable, which is only to be expected. Test match debut is a nerve-wracking experience. Kemar Roach had the better of him twice there. It's only 14 off 62 deliveries, but already he spent a bit of time out there in the middle and will be feeling a little bit more at home. Well played, Alex Lees. The ball just swung back at him there from Jason Holder. He got that wrist in the right place for the first time, and Lees, because of that little adjustment with just opening up his front toe, was able to keep the front knee out of the way and get the back coming down straight at it.
It's a good delivery, and you need to back it up, because he knows where his off stump is. His judgment, I should say, of where his off stump is in this innings has been good. And he, by all encounters of his reputation, he's very, very patient. Got some runs in the President's 11 game, batted for a while, and that seems to be his MO. So you want to create that doubt as a bowler by getting the ball, yes, angled across him a lot, but also shaping the other one back in, so he can't always decide whether to leave or play.
Well, he was tempted by width there. Rather checked the stroke, almost as if to say, should I be playing at this? Should I be hitting an extravagant extra cover drive? But no harm done. He timed it solidly enough for a couple. Excellent again from Holder. Lees equal to it. Good cricket, 39 for 1.
Come on, boys. Work in, Sammy. Catch it. Down, down. Work in, Zeke.
Good to see the universe boss in the crowd. Like the fact that he likes to wear his own highest score on his hat.
Ball, Sammy.
Do you ever wander around with any of your numbers on T-shirts or anything, Bish? Have you got a clothing line that you like to advertise?
I used to avoid anything that had national representation on it, even when I was a player. Ashamed to wear it.
Oh,
vintage. With Tamal bowls plenty today, you'll see plenty of that.
lessons with him. I won't do that. Oh, don't charge me too much for the lessons, though. Oh yes, Ghana boy.
Joe Root swept Lasith Embaldini of Sri Lanka to distraction. A brilliant double century on a turning pitch at Gaul in the early part of 2021.
Oh yes, Ghana boy.
What he does very well, Joe Root, particularly against this left arm spin or spin in general, he gets right back, so gives himself as much time after the ball is pitched to judgment of that, or right forward. So he eliminates a lot of what we call a danger zone.
Yes, Ghana.
And when in doubt, sweep is the other option. 43 for 1. Chris Gayle flanked by a couple of former West Indian players. I'm sure about Pedro Collins on the right of your screen, the former left-arm seamer, does a lot of coaching. And on the left of your screen, I think it's Kirk Edwards under the cap and behind the shades.
Yeah, great to see Pedro Collins there, former teammate of mine. You'll be surprised to hear he represented Surrey at some point in his career. Bish.
The rest of the cricketing world.
He's a top man, Petty. Could swing a cricket ball, that is for sure.
Yeah, I remember touring the subcontinent with him as I was ending my career. I was captaining a West Indies A team to Bangladesh and India. You talk about swing, but he was rapid. Yeah, he really got it through over 140, mid 140s, and I'm sure at times beyond that for a little period. So it was pace with swing, and the great man, of course, along with the Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Mia Mottley. Of course, Barbados, now a republic. Outstanding career, and outstanding like Brian Lara and Sir Vivian Richards against England in particular, averaging over 60 with the bat in addition to his work with the ball, whether it be wrist spin, finger spin or seam. Real icon.
The average, what, over 70, 75 here at Kensington Oval. Certainly Butcher Senior, my old man's favourite cricketer bar none when he was growing up. Ah, there we are, as if by magic.
I think we misnamed Sagari from behind. Apologies, the Honourable Man. Not sure that was him.
The numbers are still good, though.
It was the Honourable Prime Minister, though. She's been brilliant, actually, the Honourable Prime Minister, navigating the pandemic like so many others. Gave a couple of renowned speeches to global organizations during the last couple of years. She's been an outstanding leader in troubled times.
Yeah, she's spoken up for the entire region, hasn't she, in terms of wealth generation and again, sharp work from Craig Brathwaite. Fielding has been good from the West Indies, concentration excellent. 43 for 1.
.24 overs in to this first day at Kensington. 43 for 1. Jaden Seals just 4 overs at the start of the day from the Malcolm Marshall end. He's changed ends to the Joel Garner end. So there'll be more than enough opportunities through the course of this game to say if he bowls anything like as well as those two heroes of the past. One of them still living, one of them sadly late. Then he'll be a very, very fine bowler.
Only wicket to have fallen for the day. The wicket of Zach Crawley, that indecision, not quite leaving, not quite playing, that brought about his downfall. Simple enough catch for Joshua De Silva, an early success for the West Indies. Since then, it has been all Alex Lees and Joe Root. On what appears to be an easy-paced pitch. Not much lateral movement for the fast bowlers, not much turn for the spinner in Versamy Permaul. And much like we saw in that first test, David, hard work for the bowlers.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Oh, Jofra Archer in the background. One of the men, of course, that England would love to see back to full fitness and back on the field. Just thinking back to that Zach Crawley dismissal we showed again just there. I mean, it was one of those ones he seemed to have got himself into position just to watch it go. And it's almost like he just forgot to take the bat out of the way completely at the end. He's half playing, decides to leave. And I suppose many a time over the years, we've all done it at some stage where that final decision, that final split second decision just to take the bat out of the way doesn't happen in time. Nice Yorker, just dug out. It's always a huge, huge disappointment to register a duck in any game, let alone a test match. That's nicely bowled, nicely dug out. Makes it a little easier to bear if you've got 100 in the first game. Yeah, the figures stack up a little better. If you've had a couple of low scores, then you get the old leave alone, nick to slip for none. Then it's a much harder cross to bear.
Yeah, that dismissal wasn't too dissimilar to Jason Holder in the first innings of the first test, of the bowling of Ben Stokes, and trying to leave, and in the end not quite leaving, not quite playing. So very similar, those two dismissals. But again, something that he'll have to work on, Zach Crawley, particularly as an opening batsman, and that unique stance of his, standing on off stump. Sometimes makes you play at deliveries that you shouldn't. 44 for 1. It's been a watchful start by England, as you would imagine. First session of a first test match, winning the toss, electing to bat first. Once again, Joe Root. And once again, having come to the crease at the fall of an early wicket. But for the most part, he's looked quite solid. And looks like a man who just scored a century, which he did in that first test. And in Alex Lees, he's forged a good partnership so far with 40.
Well, I was just thinking that it's only on the rarest of occasions that Joe Root actually doesn't look like he's just made 100. His 109 in Antigua came after a relative failure in the first innings, and all the rhythm is there, all the shots are there, just those deft touches, the sweep shots, which mark him out. He plays that sweep shot so very, very well. Just seems to have that air of someone who just loves batting. It's as simple as that.
Over this side here.
That 100 in Antigua was his 24th in the space of his 116 test matches. So he's targeting 10,000 runs. That's a magnificent achievement for anyone. Wants to just nudge the average back up over 50, where it spent most of its time.
And he scored runs in all conditions against all oppositions. He's been quite successful. Average hovering a touch under 50. The prized asset, the prized batting asset of this English team for some time. He's really taken that mantle of leadership and responsibility, and he's thrived and continues to do so.
It's a good line. That is a good line. Almost, actually, almost another moment of that same sort of indecision that saw the back of Zach Crawley this morning, early this morning. Fingers go across the top of the ball, gets a little bit of purchase off the pitch. There's always a leave, both on line and bounce. But it just got a bit closer to the bat with that little bit of off cut.
Made over 44 for 1.
Against all comers, Joe Root's figures normally would stack up. Ireland, just a one-off. Not good against the Irish. Not so good against Bangladesh. Every other set of figures 41 plus. Interesting in this current era actually to see that Joe Root's best overall figures are against India and Australia. That's in many ways the two biggest challenges in world cricket. India at home, Australia at home as well for them. Ah, the great man, the genuinely great man, Sir Gary Sobers. Was he the best ever? We might have had a gentle issue of non-recognition earlier on. There might have been a surrogate in there earlier, but this is the real thing. Still going strong, still playing golf, still an absolute genius, still an absolute idol.
Absolute living legend, Sir Garfield Sobers. His statue, which adorns this magnificent venue, and just behind that statue is the Sir Garfield Sobers Players Pavilion. The real McCoy, still smiling, still enjoying himself. Such a phenomenal performer for the West Indies. Of course, he was the record holder for a long time for the highest test score, unbeaten 365, his first test match century. Batting average above 57 and 235 wickets to go along with over 8,000 runs in test match cricket. Simply sensational.
And he had a lot of fun off the field as well. So what you'd call a genuine all-rounder. One of those ones actually, it's not an advert, I promise you, but I once wrote a book, 50 Greatest Cricketers of All Time. There's plenty of copies still available, fear not. And inevitably, you put Sir Don Bradman at the top of the list with that average of 99.96. But I was so very tempted just to change that, because Gary, of course, so much more the all-rounder and the best all-rounder ever in many people's books. I wanted to put him at #1. And just didn't quite have the sort of the final bit of courage. That's sort of the 50-50 ball, the Don, Sir Gary, which one to go? All-round ability against supreme batting ability. I could write it again. I could put Gary up there now.
Yeah, I sense a bit of regret with that decision.
Yeah, well, I met both, and I've met Gary before. I met the Don many years ago, of course. And they're kind of different characters. The Don slightly more steely-eyed. Gary, you know there was a sense of fun lurking there. And it's a little bit like, say, if you try and apply, we'll come back to that in a moment, 44 for 1. If you try and apply the sort of top trumps philosophy to it, so batting, bowling, fielding, character, flamboyance, off the field, sense of fun, enjoyment of life. If you added all those characteristics in as well, I think Gary would come out on top over many players, not just, well, over everyone really.
Kemar Roach.
Sorry, go on, that's Sammy.
Kemar Roach back into the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end. For the first time, he'll be operating from this end. David, you were saying about the great man?
Yeah, about Sir Garfield, Gary Sobers. Yes, all those many qualities. The outstanding cricketing qualities. The sort of character he was, the gambler with the declaration in, where was it, Trinidad. Famously gave, well, not gave, but England took advantage to win the game and the series. But his other sporting abilities, yeah, hugely keen golfer, hugely competitive golfer. Still going now, I'm told. Just that sense of fun, that sense of enjoying life around him. mean, it's very hard, of course, to compare eras. If you go back through the eras, different societies, different morals, different ways of doing things, different freedoms, actually. I mean, the modern cricketer is so less free in many ways than someone like Gary was to enjoy everything that travelling around the world playing cricket brought to people. Anyway, let's put it this way. It's very nice to see him going strong still. It will be, well, it is just it's an honour and a pleasure to have him watching the cricket in his home ground here at Kensington. Ground which has changed so very, very much since his days, and well, since the days I played here as well. Whole vista has changed, much improved in many, many ways, but you sort of sometimes hanker after the old characteristics, the old stands. And the old ratio of crowds, to be honest. Now, one big change. Look at the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Another, marker to two fantastic players. That used to be the Kensington stand, which was, without being rude, no more than a shed. It was the domain of King Dial, the man of the multicoloured suits, or rather the different coloured suits for different days. So one would be bright yellow, one would be bright crimson, one would be purple, one would be pink. And King Dial would hold court in that Kensington stand each and every day of each and every test match. The most immaculately dressed man you would see in Barbados. Flamboyant and characterful.
Over.
45 for 1.
Really slow going by England so far. 45 for 1 after 28 overs. The England captain, Joe Root, unbeaten on 29. West Indies still trying to prize another. Jaden Seals.
Yes, a reflection, isn't it, of the assessment of the pitch now, which is very little different, to be honest. We saw a Hawkeye in the day which showed just a little bit more bounce and carry than we saw in Antigua in comparison, but it's easy paced. It's that sort of, already you see the tactics, just trying to make sure the boundaries don't flow. Still got 3 slips and a fine gully in place, which is good to see. That's good aggression from West Indies. And this line around the wicket that Kemar Roach used to start with at Alex Lees, which Jaden Seals is now trying to adapt as well. I suppose the one thing you probably realised already is that Alex Lees is not a dasher. 16 runs from 87 balls.
Yeah, he's shown tremendous patience. A real good concentration. He's left the ball well outside the off stump. in particular. So of his 88 deliveries faced, 81 dot balls. He's defended well, he's left well. And that's what you need as an opening batsman in Test match cricket. The ability to spend time out in the middle, wear the opposition bowlers down, get that new ball old, and make it a little bit easier for the middle order. His first-class career averages just a shade under 35. 17 first-class centuries, Alex Lees. But you're right, he's definitely not a dasher. He's one who will accumulate, who will wear you down and grind you down. Puts a tremendous value on his wicket. Alex Lees, I was mentioning, very watchful throughout the course of the morning. The balls that he's left alone in red, outside the line of the off stump. A couple short balls at him as well, and the ones that he's played on the stumps. So he's made that discrimination quite well so far in this innings. Short ball to end in 46 for 1 England.
Just a thought. There's a guy called Dom Sibley who's made Test match 100 for England, who in short form, in essence, was dropped for not being able to score runs with a certain pace. Was able to occupy but not really score runs. It's very early days for Alex Lees in his Test career, his third innings. He's a very solid player, as we've seen in many ways. Antigua didn't go well for him. He's all bar survived the morning session here in Barbados, but at some stage I would say he needs to develop his game to find more runs. That counts for an awful lot at this highest level. Yes, it's important to have people who occupy the crease, can blunt new balls, blunt new ball attacks, but scoring runs is also part of the game. I'm not advocating a complete change of technique or complete change of attitude, but just taking advantage of maybe a few more balls. For instance, that one in the last over, just slightly short, slightly wide. He just timed it, went straight to the fielder. I can imagine many left-handers who'd have had a much harder go at it. Just that opportunity to score runs, that opportunity to blast one away maybe outside off stump for runs. And I think that's something that once you've settled into the role, I think that's something you can add into your game.
Something we saw from Johnny Bairstow in that first innings. His first 44 runs came off 115 deliveries or so, but then he was able to accelerate once he was well set, and that's the point that you're making. Once you get set, you've gotten acclimatized to the conditions and the opposition bowlers, you can press on and score a little bit more freely. That is, after all, the currency as the batsman runs. Of course, in Test match cricket, you have so much more time. So during the course of the day, once he's still out there, we'll see how we can go through the gears and how we can really pace this innings and up the tempo when he needs to. But so far, he's done a tremendous job for England.
There always comes a time in even Test match cricket where, despite the extra time, you need to press on. Now, we're not advocating, as I say, not advocating some attempt to start hitting boundaries every over here, but there's always comes a time you need to press on. The great sides have the ability to make their runs without stretching, but at a reasonable pace. The great sides of, say, the last few decades, Australians, as one great example, made their runs at sort of 3.5, 4 runs and over. Not all the time, but when conditions allowed that to happen, they would press on. And if you have sides like those great Australian sides, for instance, the great West Indies sides of the 80s, I mean, let's use the West Indies as the example. Greenwich and Haynes opening the innings. A fellow called Richards, not slow with the bat. You know, Larry Gomes is the one who found the gaps and just kept things ticking at one end. At the other end, you had stroke makers everywhere, and that allowed them to score runs at suitable rates. It gives you time later in the game, more time to bowl sides out if pitches are flat.
And lunch.
But anyway, Alex Lees survives the session. Good confidence builder for him to survive the 2 hours at the start of this second test match. Joe Root looks in flying form again. Lovely touches from him today. 31 from 80. It's 47 for 1 as we take lunch on day 1.
Good overrate in this session for the West Indies. Just a solitary wicket. They've managed to strangle the Englishmen in terms of the scoring rate as well, the West Indies. So I think both teams will be pleased with the morning's effort. Joe Root unbeaten along with the opening batsman Alex Lees. And the solitary wicket to fall, that of Zach Crawley, and caught Joshua Da Silva of the bowling of Jaden Seals for no score. Both Lees and Joe Root unbeaten on 16 and 31 respectively. 47 for 1 after the first session. And bowling for the West Indies, Seals the only successful bowler so far, 1 for 6 from 7 overs, quite economical. And Kemar Roach, and Joseph Pumol and Holder all tried, but nothing to show for it just yet. We'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have some analysis of the morning's play.
Beautiful sights of the coastline of Barbados, and here at Kensington Oval, England having won the toss and electing to bat first have progressed to 47 for 1 or 30 overs. So a slow scoring morning with Joe Root on 31, Alex Lees on 16 from 93 deliveries. The only wicket to fall went to Jaden Seals, who picked up 1 for 6 from 7 overs. Fast bowlers union out here at lunchtime at Kensington Oval. Steve Hamilton, so happy you're with us alongside Sir Curtly Ambrose. Sir Curtly, not a rip-roaring morning of entertainment so far, but very, I suppose, a turgid battle.
Yes, it's been a very, very slow morning. The surface, again, to me, is disappointing. I mean, we saw the spinner introduced inside an hour. First morning of a test match. That tells you the surface isn't quite up to standard. I'm very disappointed with the surface. Has been a very slow morning. Good bowling by the West Indies, and as well a slow surface, difficult for stroke play. So it has been a morning that we want to forget.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Not that we're eliminating a result in the match one way or the other, positive or otherwise. Steve Hamilton, when we look at Zach Crawley coming off of that 100, what did you make of his short stay?
Yeah, well, there's been a lot made of Zach Crawley. He's feast or famine, isn't he? He gets a single-figure score, or he gets a big score. And what we see is he wants to look to try and hit the ball. He's looking to try and get on the front, looking to get the ball. But I think this is a great bit of bowling. I'm really impressed by Jaden Seals this morning. I thought, look at the seam position on the ball, beautiful. A little bit like Jason Holder got dismissed up at Antigua. I thought the boy bowled very, very well. I thought he got his lengths wrong or his line wrong in Antigua, and I thought slowly but surely today he got his lengths right, his lines right, and he got a bit of shape, and I thought it was a good bit of bowling to get rid of Zach Crawley.
Yeah, people have to remember he's just 20 played Test cricket after just a solitary first-class game. Can you build on what Steve has just said there in terms of how Seals set up Zach Crawley?
Yes, I thought he was spot on. Really had the ball swinging quite appreciably and entice Crawley into that false stroke. That is what fast bowlers do. Lure you into making a mistake. And I thought that Jaden Seals swung the ball quite well this morning. He was spot on in the lengths and the lines that he bowled, and he got just rewards. And I hope he can build on that after lunch.
Yeah, build on it with some help from a surface somewhere along the line or the other. My goodness. There was a moment of excitement, I suppose, for some with Joe Root inside edge one onto his pad. The West Indies chose not to review.
Yeah, I thought that when you see it again slowly, it looks as though there is a little bit of daylight between bat and ball. So close together. If they referred it, would the umpire had enough to get it overturned? You know what? I'm not so sure. I think that would have stayed on the field. Everything really close together. Yeah, maybe you could have referred it because it's Joe Root and you know how important he is for this team. But I think common sense prevailed from the West Indies side that they didn't refer it. They stayed with on the field, and I just think there was enough doubt there for it not to be given out.
Curtly?
Yeah, it was always a tough call. Remember that they've lost a review previously.
How difficult are these decisions to review for teams now? It's an added piece of administration that has to go on out there.
It's difficult. I mean, for me, if you're not absolutely sure, you wouldn't want to review, especially if you've lost a review before. So it's always a tricky situation. If you're really sure, you're going to go. If you're not, and the 50-50, more often than not, you may not go for the review.
Yeah, players are not umpires. I always say that. And there was some doubt. Was there any doubt in your mind? Were you clear on whether it actually carried to Joshua Da Silva or not?
I think that goes in with the question of how your process of getting the review. I think the one thing I will say about reviews is I think you need an experienced keeper. An experienced first slip does help because 9 times out of 10 they are normally calm. Played a lot of cricket, don't mind the emotion, don't get sort of hung up with what the bowler's thinking, and they can give the captain, if he's not in the slip cordon, some clear and positive advice about whether to go for the review or not. So I think that probably was made by Craig Brathwaite, asking the wicketkeeper, and I think the wicketkeeper might have said, "Yo, I'm not sure he's hit it, but I'm not sure it carried all the way." So there's enough doubt there.
Yeah, we didn't have conclusive evidence as to whether it carried or not. So lots of debate, I'm sure, will continue there. Alex Lees, how's he gone?
I think he's gone well. I think we have to put in context, it's his second Test match. He got blown away by some fantastic bowling in Antigua. Kemar Roach bowled beautifully in Antigua to him, set him up nicely. So the strike rate I wouldn't worry about if you're England fans, because I think he's trying to feel his way into the career. But if you look at that there, he's left the ball well alone outside off stump. Look at that, well alone outside off stump. You can see what the West Indies are trying to go for. They're going to try and push him across, get his head onto off stump, try to get that right toe going more towards cover point, and then go for the kill with the LBW. This time, to see the play that in the blue a lot straighter. He's been able to keep his balance. His head's stayed where it needs to be, upright, and he's been able to connect with a straight bat of the ball. So from me, from an English point of view, strike rate's not great, but I'm not bothered. I just want to see him start and develop his career. He's got Joe Root at the other end. I think good signs, good positive signs for England first up this morning. And you've got to put into context, I thought the West Indies bowled really well.
Yeah. So Curtly, as you look at that type of player, there's so much talk in the modern game. Move the game along, aggressive batting. We had a couple of Test matches in Asia the other day. One was a long draw, 2 draws, and of course we know Antigua. So where does he fit in to the modern day game?
It's going to take some time. I mean, especially on this type of pitches we're playing on. It's very, very difficult. When you have a pitch that is bouncing a bit, it's much, and it's true, it's much better for stroke play. You can go for your strokes without wondering if it's going to keep low, if it's going to bounce up to your neck. So with the services, it's not going to be easy. Patience is going to be the key, and wait for bad deliveries and put them away. So it's not going to be a fluent innings. So you got to be patient.
Yeah, West Indies have one of their own in Nkrumah Bonner, remember that, who followed in the footsteps of Craig Brathwaite, Shipnarayan Chandapal, who just enjoy batting time. That's something to stay tuned for. We'll see a little bit more of Bonner a little bit later on. So as we look to the post-lunch session, can we see any uptick in tempo? I mean, we know Joe Root, if he spends time, they usually scores quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there will be uptick in tempo. I think Lees will naturally score a little bit quicker as he feels more comfortable and more accomplished in his surroundings. You know, it must be a pressurised situation to go from first-class cricket, county cricket, to come and play in front of this amazing crowd in the Kensington Oval. So that will then take time, and the more he spends on the crease, he will go through the scoring rate. But I think while Joe Root's there, I'm sure the scoring rate will go quicker as well.
I can't believe that Steve Harmison just said that. This amazing crowd here at Kensington, said by an Englishman in his favour. Let's stay away from that secretly. What can the West Indies bowlers and fielders do after lunch to bring success?
I think the bowlers got to come out in a positive frame of mind. It's already looking tough for them. It's a slow surface, not much happening after the first hour this morning. Nothing much is happening. But they got to come out with a positive frame of mind, try to break this partnership, get into the middle order and lower order. So it's going to be hard work for them again. And like I said before, I am very disappointed with the surface.
I have to concur there. We've been saying the same thing about patience and patience for the bowlers, I suppose far too often. But this crowd, though, they'll be thinking to themselves, your crowd.
Yeah, our crowd, yeah.
Most of them anyway, they'll be thinking to themselves, we're enjoying this. We perhaps might get to see another 5-day test, perhaps.
Yeah, another 5-day test, but I think what they'd want to see is another Test match 100 from Joe Root. And I think if he does get 100, he sort of fast forwards this game, and that's what hopefully we'll see between lunch and tea. West Indies have got to keep doing what they did, which was put the ball in the good areas and keep asking questions of the England batsmen. But I think while Root's at the crease, that will then sort of deflate the West Indies that little bit more, and that's what this crowd will want.
Sammy Pamal has a big role to play, Sir Curtly?
Yes, he bowled a couple of overs this morning and looks to have more control. He's not too short, not too wide like he did in Antigua. So I think that will do his confidence a lot of good. So he, Sammy Pamal, will have a big part to play on this low, slow surface.
Yes, holding up one end and maybe getting some wickets as a bonus. A big thank you there to Sir Kirtley and to Steve Harmison. We'll hear more from them as we go throughout the day and the test match and the series. The sun is out, it's blazing here, and we spoke a lot about Alex Lees and his ability to bat time, bat deliveries. The West Indies have their own Nkrumah Bonner, who has amazed us with his powers of concentration. So after the break, we will find out a little bit more about the man behind the success of batting so many deliveries and batting time. Here's a little sample of what we can expect after the break.
From age 12, I was groomed to play cricket. I batted for hours every morning before I go to school, after school, during school. So cricket was a part of me from very young. I am Nkrumah Bonner, and this is my story. Well, my earliest memory of playing cricket was at primary school, which I played a game against Friendship, which I batted probably 20 overs and made 13 runs. The first time I went to Savannah Park, it was beautiful. We were accustomed to playing on, grounds that are not, looking so well. So the first time I went to Savannah Park, I actually rolled all over the carpet. It felt like carpet to me. The atmosphere in Savannah Park was, excellent. I think it was a game against Trinidad and Jamaica, and the atmosphere was terrific. Playing at Sabina Park was a dream come true for me. You know, I always watched cricket at Sabina Park, you know, and playing for Jamaica the first time at Sabina Park was, you know, truly emotional for me. And, you know, all my family was there to support, and, you know, it was terrific.
Powerfully swept away from Nkrumah Bonner. Goes the distance.
When I wanted to make my career, it was from a tender age, you know, my family, you know, very cricket oriented. My father, my cousin, you know, I'm actually in Nkrumah Morgan who taught me the game, you know, was my cousin. Woke me up 6 o'clock every morning, you know, to bat, to run, to do all sort of things as it relates to cricket. So, you know, from a very tender age, I know that I wanted to play cricket. From age 12, you know, I was groomed to play cricket. You know, I batted for hours every morning before I go to school, after school, during school. So cricket was a part of me from very young. My earliest influences, Nkrumah Morgan for sure. You know, he played Senior Cup, you know, Prince Morgan as well. They played Senior Cup, they played local cricket, you know, and they were the ones that, you know, inspired me to play cricket. The best piece of advice that I've given was, you know, to work hard. You know, talent is not a reserved ticket to success, and Junior Bennett always tells me that. Well, I'm an outside person. I like to go to the beach, I like to go to the movies, you know, I like to have fun with friends, you know, just more of a chill vibe for me. On the pitch, it's the same. You know, I like to have fun. You know, I enjoy playing cricket. I'm very passionate about it. So on the field, you know, I try to give up my best all the time, you know, and to make the team win. I like to bat with Jermaine Blackwood most of the time because, you know, he's totally different from me. He's very positive, you know, especially, you know, when we talk, we have a lot of jokes out there, and he keeps me calm as well, you know. So, you know, batting with him for Jamaica over the years also, so, you know, we have that camaraderie going. My best mate in cricket, you know, it started in 2010, you know, at the HBC, you know, where I met, you know, Shamar Brooks, Jason Noel, Andre Curry, all of those guys, you know, most of them, you know, are in the setup now. So, yeah, we have some good moments. You know, they always have me as a funny guy. You know, I like to give jokes, you know, in and around the dressing room, you know, just to keep the vibe going in the team. So, you know, all of them say I'm funny, really. And I think so, too. My daughter's name is Israel, and she has, you know, had a significant impact on me, you know, not only, you know, in life, but also in cricket. You know, every time I go there to bat, I think about her. I hope that she's proud at the moment, but I'm extremely proud, and I'm trying to, you know, do my best, you know, just to see her dad do well. The 3 things I can't live without. I would say food, for sure. I love food, especially curry goat, ackee and saltfish. I love those. My phone, you know, my phone keeps me busy, you know, keep me in the loop. What else? I would say water. You know, I love the beach. I love the beach, you know, especially after hard days or a long week. So those are the 3 things I can't do without. My greatest day on a cricket field, I think, would have been in Bangladesh, you know, where we chased that 400 and something runs, you know, in the first test. I think that was my greatest day on a cricket field.
And there it is, a maiden test century for Nkrumah Bonner. Look what it means to the Jamaican.
My first 100 against Sri Lanka, you know, it was to save the game, really and truly. It was pretty special for me. It was my first 100. All the emotion, you know, went through me. You know, I felt like crying. You know, moments like make a big man feel like crying. You know, there's not words to really express it, but you know, it was truly amazing.
Down the leg side and swept away nicely for ball. Let the celebrations begin for this man. It has been a triumph of skill and patience and resistance.
My second century against England, that was very special, you know, after coming from playing my series against Pakistan, you know, which I struggled, you know, I was very determined, you know, to make some runs in this series. Well, you know, I had a drink, you know, to let it soak in, you know, my phone was going bizarre. There were a lot of people, you know, but the first person I called, you know, was my daughter. Well, my daughter is only 4 years old, you know, but she was saying, Daddy, you did well, and stuff like that, you know. We were just bonding, and I could just feel that happiness. What's next? It's to make West Indies win. You know, winning this series will be most important for me. You know, whatever I do, you know, to help the team win, you know, will be my next big moment. I think the lowest point in my career, you know, is when I got dropped for Jamaica. It was a very sad moment for me. You know, I was out for probably a year or so, and you know, during that time, you know, I learned a lot of lessons. Also, you know, I went to the States and I, you know, did a 9 to 5, and I just one day just get up and just quit and say this is not for me. Obviously, those moments, you know, the down moments teach you a lot. You know, teach you how to value, you know, when you get that opportunity. And I think that was my biggest lesson coming out from that. Well, I want to do my absolute best, you know, at the end of my career. I can look back and say I've given 120%, you know. You know, having a number in mind, you know, sometimes limit you as a player. So for me, it's just going out there every innings and do my best.
Nice sweep shot. Very rare to see a West Indian batsman in this innings look to play the sweep.
If I'll give my teenage self one piece of advice, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But I would say, you know, value every moment you get. You know, life is short, you know, career is short. Try to do your best each and every time you get that opportunity. Yeah, looking back over the years, you know, I'm extremely proud to where I'm at. 3 years ago, you know, I could not make the Jamaica team. To where I'm at now, obviously, I'm pretty proud. You know, I fought through some very tough situations, and I'm extremely proud right now.
we've just witnessed the first session of the first day in this second test match in the Apex Test Series, West Indies versus England, here at the Kensington Oval in beautiful Barbados. If you missed any of the action in the morning session, let's have a look at the highlights. First runs off the bat for Alex Lees, first runs for England.
Well, that'll make him feel better. Poor delivery from Kemar, just got a little greedy, but it'll make Alex Lees feel much better about it. Knee doesn't get in the way, the bat has free access.
He's gone, a wicket for Jayden Seals, the early breakthrough, exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, that's exactly the area. The bowler can just draw you forward, get that little bit of movement away. Zach Crawley is not entirely sure how wide that delivery is, and in the end wasn't definite enough in pulling the bat out of the way. And that has cost him his wicket. He's gone for a 7-ball duck. It's 4 for 1.
Excellent delivery once again from Jayden Seals.
Yeah, good ball this. This one does angle in. Joe Root had to think about playing it.
Magnificent from Joe Root. Absolutely smashed that one.
He made that look easy, didn't he? First time we've seen West Indies bowler test the middle of the pitch, and he was greeted with this. Mentioned 1994. Shades of Alex Stewart and the double tons here at Kensington Oval that led England to that famous victory.
Huge appeal from Jayden Seals and the West Indies. Not interested, umpire Nigel Duguid, in the customary conversation to decide whether or not to review it, and he's decided to go for it.
Thank you, Nigel. Player review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given is not out. Front foot check. Fair delivery established. Can we move on? Front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but I need Ultredge to confirm whether bat on ball. Ultredge coming up.
And then if you think getting good.
So flat line as the ball goes past the bat. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready? Pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wickets missing. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
It's nicely played. Just timed away straight down the ground through mid-off. And that's one of those ones that counts as a confidence booster for Alex Lees. Nice position just out of the crease to start with. Gets himself into a nice crouch position, waiting to the shot. Oh, drops short. Finds the edge, but drops short of Jason Holder. Frustration for Roach. 16 for 1. Yeah, it's just that little bit of movement, but soft hands, the old soft hands do the trick. It's a nice shot. My word, that's a nice shot. Again, there was that hint of swing, but there was width and it was too full as well. Joe Root's eyes lit up, but it was quite a stretch to get there.
Certainly played it well in the end. Captain Root. There's a hint of swing for Joseph, but a little bit too full. And Joe Root was equal to the task. Good stride in.
Oh, that's edged through, over, past the slips cordon. It goes running away to third man for 4. That stretch this time not as good as the previous one.
A little bit streaky this time from Joe Root. Went for the drive, took the outside edge way over the slip cordon. No chance at all.
An appeal, I think, for the catch. Joe Root was outside the line for any LBW call, and again, bounce would have taken it over the top, but just inquiring as to whether or not there's an inside edge there as well. They've already burnt 1 review against Joe Root. They don't burn another one. 36 for 1.
Oh,
Vintage. If Tamal bowls plenty today, you'll see plenty of that.
I'll come for lessons later. I'll come for lessons later. I won't do that. Oh, don't charge me too much for the lessons, though. Over and lunch.
But anyway, Alex Lees survives the session. Good confidence builder for him to survive the 2 hours at the start of this second test match. Joe Root looks in flying form again. Lovely touches from him today. 31 from 80. It's 47 for 1 as we take lunch on day 1.
.47 for 1 in the morning session. Pretty slow going after England won the toss. Zach Crawley, the only wicket to fall. 30 overs completed, which was a good thing for the fielding team. Jaden Seals picking up the first wicket. Very impressive in that morning session from the 20-year-old West Indian seamer. Post-lunch session of this second Apex Test match between the West Indies and England. A slow surface. The ball did swing while new in the morning session, but generally it looks a pitch without threat at the moment. Subject to change. Joe Root, fresh off his 100 in Antigua in the first test. A superb all-round cricketer whose name surely will adorn one of the stands in this stadium after his career concludes. Jason Holder averaged about 11 per wicket coming into this test. Will we see a higher tempo of batsmanship in this session? Time will tell. The West Indies will be looking for more success wickets-wise. Good afternoon and hello to Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Good afternoon, Bish. A higher tempo. Well, we are all hoping that will be the case. Was extremely slow this morning. And I'm sure that Captain Joe Root and his partner Lees will want to score a little bit quicker. On the other hand, the West Indian bowlers will want to keep things nice and tidy, gives nothing away. And Jason Holder, who's in the attack now from the Joe Garner end, is capable of keeping things very tight.
Let's play.
Fine leg, very square. And goes straight to him.
Come on, boys.
The reason the fine leg is that square is because of the slowness of the pitch. Not going to really go that fine. So that is why that fine leg is a bit squarer. Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, is still attacking. Got 3 slips and a gully.
Those slips have to ensure that they're close enough, give themselves a chance of a possible catch. If we're talking about the pitch being slow, which it is, we turn our minds back to the Antigua Test match and how many edges dropped short of the slip fielders, particularly when defensive shots were played.
I think the onus, Bish, is on the wicket keeper. He has got to set the tone, because if he's not close enough, the slip fielders cannot move. So I think this Silva has got to take a couple of steps up, and then automatically the slip fielders will follow suit. But if he doesn't move, then the slips can't move.
Well, they could. Second and third could. They could be unorthodox and just, I think the first slip is the one who perhaps is more inclined not to impact the vision peripheral of the wicketkeeper, but I think we've seen second and third and gully. Couple of runs for Lees. .50 comes up. 28 dot balls in a row to Alex Lees prior to the shot.
This is only the start of the second session, and already it's hard work for the bowlers.
.50 for 1. No real threat from the surface just yet. Kemar Roach and Jason Holder starting things off. We talked about getting your best bowlers to start a session. I think there's a chance of some reverse swing, Curtly, or not? Later on, that is.
It's very possible. We've seen that happen in Antigua quite a bit. So I believe that later on, as the ball gets a bit older, there's a nice breeze blowing as well, so it's possible we see some reverse swing. But at the moment, nothing much is happening. Kima Roach, great servant of West Indies cricket for a number of years, the leader of this attack. 1 wicket away, Bish, from surpassing arguably the greatest cricketer ever, Sir Gary Sobers. Another milestone for Kima Roach whenever he gets that wicket.
Yeah, he has a tremendous record here, Kima Roach, as well. When I first saw his initial couple of years in Test match cricket, I felt strongly that he would enter the 300 Test match wicket club. It's been a little bit more challenging in the last few years to stay fit, not necessarily success. Of course, he was into 145, 150 kilometers per hour for the first portion of his career until injuries occurred, shoulder injury. Lost pace, had to reimagine himself and his strategies, and has made a good fist of it, certainly at home, if not away from home.
Leading wicket takers, Bish. Quite a few big names in that lineup. Look at Courtney Walsh, way ahead of the pack. 132 Test matches. I don't know how he did it.
Very compact push drive from Root. Excellent from Craig Brathwaite, keeping it to 2. 52 for 1.
Yeah, don't mind now. Give Craig a little square. Yeah. Alec, wrongly wicket. Huh? Yeah.
Pulled around the wicket. And of course, in so many of the Caribbean islands, you have the different carnival celebrations. If you're into that sort of thing, Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, of course, the pandemic has impacted that across the globe. Crop over, I think it's termed in Barbados. What's it called in Antigua?
It's also called Carnival. And that takes place July into August. Of course, there's a build-up prior to July, but the real action is like July into August. And as you quite rightly mentioned, Bish, the pandemic has got a significant impact. That's a familiar face on the left, Chris Gale. And to Chris Gale's left, you have Pedro Collins. Not sure who that in the middle, Bish. I understand, Bish, that you're heavily involved in carnival and mass playing, getting into a costume and having a good time. Rob was the one who told me that.
Former England captain Mike Gatting on the right of screen. Yeah, usually when there's been carnival in Trinidad, I leave the country.
So I reckon Rob is misinformed.
It's just not my thing. Nothing wrong with it, it's just not my thing. I think Mike would be leading one of the many tour groups that have visited the Caribbean for this tour. Absolutely nothing happening off the pitch at the moment. 52 for 1. So happy, though, for all the sentiments which have been espoused. Dropped it. I think it fully carried, and I think it was bat. Roach is down more in disappointment than anything.
Would have been a good catch. Never easy taking the catch down the leg side, moving away to your left. Oh, in and out. The silver couldn't quite hold on, came off the face of the bat. Despair, disappointment for Kemar Roach, who's been toiling away. It wasn't an easy catch.
Yeah, not straightforward at all. The fact, though, that he moved so well, moved well laterally, Joshua Da Silva, and got a full glove on it, no doubt about the edge. Yeah, you've got to feel you've got to hold on to that, having made and covered the ground so well.
That certainly would have been a big wicket for the West Indies. We all know how good Joe Root is. Got there quite comfortably, Joshua Da Silva, but couldn't quite hold on. He himself is disappointed.
Go back to the first innings of the first test in Antigua. And though it wasn't down the leg side, the catch he took off Zach Crawley, it was an inside edge and it went to his left, and he made the ground so beautifully. And these things happen. This was Antigua. And he got it right, I think, in that smidgen of webbing between the thumb and that second finger. Just there. Here, I think it just hit maybe towards the heel of the hand and popped out. Tough.
Would have been a good catch. It's never easy to take those going down the leg side. Just couldn't quite hold on, Joshua De Silva.
It would have been a strangle, but you won't complain as a bowler if you get it. 53 for 1. Yeah, it didn't quite end up in the webbing, so to speak, this time. Last time we saw Jason Holder at Kensington Oval prior to this test match was him taking 4 wickets in 4 balls against England to climax the T20 series earlier this year.
Jason Holder, wonderful cricketer. As you mentioned, Bish taking 4 wickets in 4 balls right here. Never easy to do. Very, very few bowlers in world cricket has ever achieved that. Lasith Malinga comes to mind. Can you think of anyone else, Bish?
Yeah, we talked about Curtis Camphor, the Irish both all-rounder, seam bowling all-rounder, originated in South Africa, who did it in the T20 World Cup in Abu Dhabi last year. Rashid Khan. Anyway, that's water under the bridge. Joe Root will be eyeing up another test match 100 given that chance. There was also an inside edge onto pad that went through to the silver. We think it may have carried, although we didn't have conclusive evidence. West Indies did not review it. It wasn't given out. But definitely, to me, inside edge onto pad. That came back some way. West Indies have been good in the discipline, making them work on this turgid surface.
Certainly came back a long way, that delivery. And that's what it's all about. When you're playing on a surface like this, that is so slow, offering very little assistance, you don't want to try too much and give runs away. You got to let the batsmen work hard to score runs. And West Indies are doing that. Sooner or later you get a wicket and then you're back in the game. 53 for 1.
Go on, guys.
Round the wicket, Roach.
Kemar Roach, very, very successful against left-handers from around the wicket. Does it so well.
Brilliantly fielded. Truly top class from Jermaine Blackwood.
Stopped it just after the ball went past him. Had he collected cleanly, could have been a possible chance for a run out. Congratulations in order.
The ground fielding has been good. Bowled. This has been good bowling. Really pressurizing bowling. If you've just joined us, a couple of chances, we believe, for Joe Root, although, as I said, this was the one this morning where on replay it showed an inside edge, whether it carried or not. This one definitely did. .23 for the non-review is where he stood, and then 34 for the drop.
I think Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, will use his fast bowlers in short burst, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. He has to decide how he uses the combination of the two youngest bowlers, Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals. Mix that in with this man, Veersamy Permaul. The ideal would be to use a senior bowler with a young one. Squeezed away for 4, rare bad ball from Roach. Brings up the 50 partnership between Lees and Root. 57 for 1. Alex Lees moved from Yorkshire to Durham and has averaged over 40 in the last 3 seasons in domestic cricket. Couple of runs for Root.
Last delivery of the previous over. Just a little bit too wide of off stump, giving Lees full stretch of his arms.
Looking around the Caribbean, and I know there has been an effort in recent times by the territorial boards to improve the pitches. That's unquestionable. Test pitches prior to, I think, maybe last year in Antigua have all been much livelier, much more encouraging for bowlers. The one thing domestically, in all of the, I suppose, the absence of real pace in the pitch is that we see a lot of finger spinners, very few wrist spinners. That's something the West Indies will dearly love to see across formats, that person can work. We've had a few in times past, but not a lot of them. Can't think of any that's active right now. Ken Crafton on the right of screen, the traveling head curator for the West Indies, who looks after the pitches.
Ken Crafton, who is responsible for preparing the pitches in St. Lucia, has prepared some wonderful services over the years. I'm just wondering why, you know, the other territories that he travels to can't quite get the same. Is it because of the surface, maybe the soil probably is different?
I think so, I believe so. I'll come back to it after this ball. As I said, there's been a greater effort in times past to improve the pitches. Don't say that you didn't hear that. The one thing I know about Kent Crafton is that he takes great pride in his craft, and he would say the babies that he prepares at St. Lucia, which has been perhaps the best cricketing surface all round in the Caribbean in recent times. He really takes great joy and pride in it. Not saying the others don't. Feels a great sense of satisfaction at preparing a good surface. $59 for 1. Alzarri Joseph round the wicket.
A little bit too full from Alzarri Joseph. Need to pull that length back a bit. Had a couple of good spells in Antigua in that first test match. Got some wickets as well. Bowled with a little bit of pace on a very slow track. He was in good rhythm. He needs to bring that form as well here on another slow surface.
Yeah, Curtly, it was a spell between lunch and tea. I think it was day 4. 6 overs for 8 runs. And if you're just tuning in for the first time in the series, I thought it was very impressive because he was consistently on an off-stump line or just outside the off-stump on a good length. And I thought it set him up. He didn't get rewarded in it, but it set him up for the 3 wickets that he got the following day, confidence-wise. And it was more to 2 right-handers, Root and Crawley, who were well entrenched. And I thought, you know, if you keep that same principle coming into a Barbados test match, a new test match that has a little bit more in the pitch, it would pay dividends. What I liked about it then is that he was also bowling from closer to the stumps, mixing his angles. So I thought it was a good investment spell.
Umpires just about to get together, maybe having a look at the ball. Nigel Dugade and Joel Wilson. Let's make sure the ball is still in shape. We hardly ever had that luxury when we played Bish. Change of ball and all this what they have nowadays, where you got to put that ball through that little round stuff to make sure. You had to make do with out of shape ball. Oh, how times have changed.
Just to reflect on the following day's spell by Alzari Joseph, the 5th morning, I think it was. At Lawrence. And then Joe Root, just shifting his line a lot straighter. And then Folks. So to me, it was what he did the day before that set him up. So I think what I'm seeing, and I speak for myself, is I'm seeing growth finally, exponentially across white ball cricket and red ball cricket with his bowling. He just needs some help from a surface. We don't need any help in enjoying this view of the wonderful island of Barbados, Kensington Oval in the foreground, the cruise ship in the harbor. On the left, some beautiful islands and the necklace of Caribbean islands.
Of course, I've always said that Caribbean is a blessed place. We are very blessed people. That's a very good delivery. Almost forced Lees into a false stroke. A bit of bounce as well. Look where the Silver took that. Chest high, that's pretty good. Change the ball, Bish.
Yeah, harder. Carrying more initially. Fastest ball of the day, that one. 59 for 1.
Beautifully clipped by the England captain. Not disorientated at all by our spinning drone. You stray at Joe Root in the mood that he's in at the moment, you will go to the fence.
He's angling down the leg side, but Joe Root really in fine touch. Just neatly works and tucks that one away. Very confident Joe Root. Outside the line of the off stump, not interested. On to 41. 107 deliveries. He's maybe an inside edge as well, but certainly outside the line, off the off stump.
West Indies have managed to get the Duke ball changed pretty much at the first time of asking. One of the consequences of these pitches that have no grass on them whatsoever, none to speak of. There's no cushioning for the leather on the ball, and they kind of just pound into it and eventually it'll go out of shape. There is some thought that recent batches of Duke balls in the UK have gone soft faster than perhaps ones in years gone by. And whatever the cause of it, a rock-hard surface with little or no grass to speak of makes things a challenge for everybody, particularly if you haven't got any real speed. I think that's one of the things that's perhaps missing from the contest at the moment. Yes, the pitch is pretty flat. Yes, haven't seen a great deal happen in the way of seam movement, but we haven't seen anybody really whack the ball into the pitch. Seen a bowler get a spell going of 90 miles an hour plus, really challenge the technique and the courage of the batters. And so as a consequence of that, we have a little bit of a stalemate, I suppose. 63 at a run rate of just above 1.6 runs per over. But, you know, we're always looking for a silver lining. Lots of people moan about overrates. The overrate's fantastic.
Right. It's over.
39 gone, 63 for 1.
The great man, Sir Gary Sobers, as customary for cricket played in Barbados, looking on. Always looking on at the action at the Kensington Oval. Zari Joseph to continue.
Joseph would be the quickest of the West Indies bowlers on show. Generally hovers around the 140 kilometres per hour mark. That's getting upwards of 90. And I think that's perhaps what might be required to crack this open at the moment. Everything has been nice and polite, line and length. England batters leaving the ball. We might need to see something a little bit dirtier in order to crack this one open. Spell of short ball bowling from Joseph. Little hostility perhaps. Bit of old-fashioned chin music and pepper.
Yeah, Alex Lees in particular doesn't really bash the ball, just tries to nudge it. Similar, I suppose, to Alistair Cook. Sir Alistair Cook, the way he played, just allows the bowlers to come to him, to come in his areas. It's 23 from 119 deliveries, very, very slow.
Yeah, early days in the career at the moment, trying to get his feet under the table as a test match player. 2 men back on the hook now. West Indies have been pretty cute. They've tried to cut off that productive third man area for Joe Root. So even if they've removed the third slip, it's normally gone to plug that gap. Sort of fine gully, fifth slip, I suppose. Joe Root very rarely square cuts in front of square. But he will drive in front of square. Glorious.
They tried to bluff Joe Root, but the fielder's back on the one side on the boundary, ball full. And Joe Root was having none of it. And very competently and confidently played. And textbook Joe Root cover drive. Good bit of timing as well. So he will look to score. He will try to get on with things. Will not miss out on any opportunity to get runs on the board.
Over. 68 for 1.
Welcome to the home of Robin Rihanna fan team, where a weekend starts on a Wednesday in Barbados like this. Let's go. Once you start drinking, come
Two for 32 at the end. That's the headline. On and off spin.
Jaden Seals back into the attack from the Joel Garner end. Replaces Jason Holder, the only successful bowler so far for the West Indies. Still trying to get that further breakthrough. Alex Lees continues to be steadfast.
Yeah, one of the things that you sort of notice watching Alex Lees play, and I've seen bits and pieces of him playing for Durham. In fact, all the way back when he was playing for Yorkshire was when the first time I came across him. But we're just watching him in this innings here. He's really lined the ball up nicely. He's left it well. He's trying to get himself into this England team, trying to make himself feel at home. But when he's gone on the attack, it's almost like he's thinking the bat swing looks like, I'm not sure I should be doing this. He's played that well, though. He's dropped the bat on the ball, punched it straight down the ground. I think that's the third or fourth time he's got it past mid-off for 2 or more. But there's just a slight hesitancy to let the bat go when he gets a bad ball.
Yeah, almost apologetically when he plays that shot. He doesn't want to anger the ball, it appears, when he plays those shots. You're quite right. Nothing out of anger whatsoever.
It's a better stroke. Yeah, I mean, the basics of it, the lining the ball up, the being able to punch the ball straight back down the ground through mid-off, are all good signs for Alex Lees. And with a bit of luck, confidence in terms of being able to play 1 or 2 more forceful strokes will come.
We've spoken ad nauseum about batsmanship in the region and how many quality international test batsmen that we've produced. within the last 15 years or so. Ian Bishop was on about how long that scenario has been existing and what are really the requirements to be successful at this level. Ducked into that one. Didn't keep his eyes on the delivery, smashed into his helmet, and we'll go through the concussion protocol as is the case. And it's just to make sure that he's okay. So they'll go through a series of questions, I suppose, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good from Jaden Seals, though. We hope that, of course, that Alex Lees is okay, but this is exactly what I've been calling for. You find yourself in a situation where you're struggling to make the ball move sideways, then you've got to rough batters up in the time-honoured tradition of West Indies fast bowling.
Just a mean steer to follow things up. Seems to be okay. And from what we're seeing here, but absolutely spot on, Mark, in terms of trying to make things happen, trying to get something to go your way. No lateral movement. Well, and get that vertical up and down sort of movement.
Yep, go to the penthouse. Lees is okay. And while he gathers himself and the medic convinces himself that everything is okay, we'll have a look at the wicket to fall today. That was swing from Jaden Seals. That have talked about it, that have worked or tried to work Zach Crawley away from his off stump, forgive me. Can get that ball to swing away from a player with his legs and his head starting on off stump. You've got a good chance of disorientating them when the ball starts to move around, and that was an excellently worked plan from the West Indies early on. There's been nothing since, but good tight bowling from them. Matt Parkinson's brought out a new helmet, so they have to, again, all the way through the protocols here, the doc will come out and ask several questions, several set questions to the batter, make sure that he can remember his name, and it is pretty much as basic as that. Go through the list, and then the helmet will need to be changed because they're not meant to take more than one blow, which will be news to players of the 80s and 90s and 2000s. Make sure it's a good fit, and we should be okay to continue.
We're just talking about international batsmen in this region over the last 15 years or so, and if we look at a minimum of 15 test matches, batsmen who have averaged above 35. Darren Bravo, just 36.5. Chris Gayle, Ramnaresh Sawan, and Shivnarayan Chandrapal. But beyond those, no batsman who has played a minimum of 15 test matches has managed to get past that barrier. Of the present lot, Craig Brathwaite, with an average just above 32, is the highest. And Nkrumah Bonner has had an exceptional start to his test match career. Currently averages just a touch under 50. He's only played, what, the 10 test matches so far. And so it is an issue. And they've made several attempts to address that issue, Mark, within the region. The most recent development is that Emerging Players Academy that will be set up quite shortly. You have specialist coaches working with the young players to develop their game.
Lees was back and waiting for it, but this is already better, I think, from the West Indies. Which is not to say that they haven't been admirable in their control of line and length up to this point, but it's now's come the time to try and force the issue, make something happen. And given that they've got this run rate so much under control, if it doesn't work out, you can go back to the other way again. Third man back on the fence now. Pulled in front of square. About as emphatically as you can be. Well, Mr. Badri, you were talking earlier about how difficult England have found victories here to come by Bridgetown. Here's one of the three. And after that Joe Root pulls shot, it seemed appropriate to put up Alex Stewart's Twin Towers. 1994, 118 against Ambrose and Walsh. I think Kenny Benjamin was also part of that bowling attack. Beautifully clipped off the pads from Alex Lees. Joseph is an athlete and will cut it off. Some names there of players of the past. Obviously West Indian ones very recognisable. Chanderpaul, Ambrose, Walsh, Lara. Fraser 8 for 75. Not the first time he would take 8 wickets in a victory for England on West Indian soil. The other time being in Trinidad back in 98. But Caddick taking a second innings 5 for to dismiss the West Indies for 237. How often he would do that in the final innings of Test matches for England. But again, all built around the brilliance, the flashing blade of one A.J. Stewart, who was greeted at every West Indian airport after that as Mr. Big Bat Stewart.
And that was a bit wayward. Good take from Joshua Da Silva, 75 for 1.
Tell me where in the world could you go on a beach and watch cricket? Only in Barbados, guys. Let's go. Come on. Come on. All right, so we opened the pool. And we got rules for the pool. I'm going to tell you those rules in a minute. Let's go. Come on.
Well, a leisurely morning and early afternoon for England's bowlers. 2 of those on debut. Matt Fisher and Saqib Mahmood, Yorkshireman and Lancastrian, making debut together. Just the 46 first-class matches between them. Fisher in because Overton went down ill overnight. But a memorable moment for both of those 2 young men as England continue their red ball reset. Saqib getting the cap from Ben Stokes. And a huge smile on his face because he certainly wasn't expecting to play today. And Mum is very, very happy indeed.
Just wonder how happy they are looking at this surface and the prospects of having to bolt on it a little bit later in this Test match.
Well, you never know. It might explode and go up and down by the time England get a chance to bowl in it. But we did joke about Broad Anderson watching on at home in that first Test match in Antigua, thinking, well, you know what, we might have dodged a bullet here. It was a joke, by the way. Lees looks for 2, but won't get them.
Look at that. in the pool looking at the cricket. What a unique cricketing viewing experience that this is here at the Kensington Oval.
Basting away in their own juices in the pool. In fact, I remember seeing that one of the first times. There was a hot tub positioned on the boundary at Grace Road, Leicestershire. Wasn't quite as glamorous, but similar sort of effect. I think the patrons had to be a bit braver on that occasion.
And that was one area of the ground that was filled quite early. And I was looking around the stadium here earlier, and that area was filled quite quickly compared to the others. So people were trying to get their spots, that vantage point.
Well, you can't blame them. We get starved of vitamin D back in the UK. Mind you, I think, given the beauty of the weather and the rum, which doubtless will be flowing out there, they'd quite like to see this match spring into life at some point. It's all been rather subdued.
Ready?
77 for 1.
A wonderful atmosphere here at the Kensington Oval. The music, the cuisine. And Joe Root on the cusp of another Test match half-century. West Indies desperate for a wicket. But what they've done really well, they've restricted the flow of runs. They haven't allowed England to score freely. They've been disciplined, they've been patient.
Nicely played. Up on the toes and just guiding it into that gap between backward point and cover. Seems as though it's been a half-hearted effort to have a go with the short ball. Certainly hasn't been all chips in. But Root is just having a look round on that leg side now. There are now 3 men back. One is in front of square, back on the boundary. There's a square leg about 10 yards away from the umpire. And then that man down there, Jason Holder. As Joe Root just gets on top of it, pats it down and picks up the single. Had an early look at Virasamy Permaul, bowled 6 overs, none for 10 prior to lunch. Feel as though it might be a long day for him at some point, if these seamers don't make a breakthrough soon.
It'll be interesting to see how Joe Root goes about playing him. They played him quite positively in that first test, especially if he was short and wide, or even if he was close. They paddle swept him, they swept him in front of square, and they were prepared to take him on, take him out of the game. He's had a good start in this test match, but he'll be tested again.
David Gower there off to hold up a stagecoach. 79 for 1. It's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
This guy, he lives in the U.S., but you know what? Trinidadian by birth. And he is like one of the baddest drummers in the world. And he can like drum to anything I play. I'm just gonna give you just a little tease of what's gonna happen in tea time. We just started off the mic so that you can actually hear the drums of a good friend of mine. Hey! We've been on Uber Soca together. This is Gary the drummer. Gary, you ready? You English fans are getting the creme de la creme. We brought the best for you. You ready, my brother? 1, 2. 1, 2. Let's go, let's go!
Alex Lees continuing his journey at the crease, 30 from 137. Joe Root 49 from 120. Only 1 wicket to fall so far today in the first session. Zach Crawley going to Jaden Seals again, as he did in the first innings in Antigua. And since then it's been watchful from Root and Lees. Steve Harmison has been looking on from the confines of our box.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic partnership by Lees and Root. Easy pace pitch. I think that's to say the least. But one that will give England a huge amount of confidence going forward. From a bowling point of view, I thought Jaden Seals was fantastic this morning. I thought in Antigua, with the new ball, probably showed his inexperience of line and length, combination, getting it right together to utilise the new ball. I think here at the Kensington Oval, he's been fantastic. Put the ball in the right area, challenged Zach Crawley and well-deserved got the wicket. Joshua De Silva will be disappointed when you get a wicket like this. Slight half chances, you've got to try and grab them. And unfortunately, 1, possibly 2. The West Indian wicketkeeper has missed off Joe Root, so an interesting passage to come. An hour to go before the next break. The Sammy Pummel comes into the attack. And when he did this at Antigua, Joe Root decided that he was going to take him on. He was going to try and run him around the ground. and try and make the West Indian captain Craig Brathwaite turn back to his seamers.
Leg.
49 to the England captain, who had a phenomenal 2021 with 6 test match hundreds, as we've stressed before, across different conditions. Leg slip in place as well as orthodox slip.
Oh yes, Sammy. Working, Sam. Keep going, Sammy. Oh yes, Sammy. Ball, Sammy. Good ball, Sammy. Like heavy.
Synchronized arm swinging from the West Indian fielders.
Oh, Gunner, boy. Very well, ball, Gunner.
Very nice, Sammy.
Very well, ball, Guns. Keep going, Guns. Working, boys.
When will he sweep?
Hit, John.
Half century number 54 in test matches for the England captain Joe Root. Only 3 away from the leading half century maker Sir Alistair Cook, who stands on 57.
The entire crowd, because it is a home crowd for Joe Root, as they sing his name around the Kensington Oval. 54 50s, 24 hundreds, 6 centuries in 2021. He's carried on where he's left off, not just in 2021 but also from Antigua.
Virasamy Pamal strikes. They will think about a review, but if it stands, it's a wonderful comeback for him after Antigua to get an early wicket. No review. It does stand. The breakthrough for Pamal.
Just about to say, Virasamy Pamal looks as though he's got a little bit more energy on it. He looks as though he's got a little bit more revs on it. And he's bowled that beautifully. It's just angled back into the left-handed batsman. And looking at the naked eye, the right decision was made, not just by the umpire, but by Lees as well. He's got to go for 30, and England are 80 for 2.
Dan Lawrence has made his way to the middle. Played aggressively in the second innings up in Antigua.
Got to come forward, I think. Alex Lees, I think you've got to come forward to that. Virasamy Pamal, he's not the tallest of bowlers. Good bit of turn. Very confident appeal. He knew the minute that Alex Lees has gone back, he's in trouble. That will do Virasamy Pamal's confidence the world of good after having a chase in second innings in Antigua. Bringing Dan Lawrence to the crease. The West Indies just going through their exercises, the collective exercises, just to get themselves going again.
You can hear Jason Holder leading the chorus of encouragement. Even in the Pomal over, they were arms swinging as a group, high knees as a group, trying to keep themselves loose and occupied. Steve, you're right. I was wondering kind of whether Lee should have chosen to go forward. Yeah, perhaps could have easily gone forward to that, and a number of researchers have talked about where is the danger area. If you play forward and you get to the ball and smother it within that 1.5 meter zone after pitching, or play back and meet it more than 3 meters after pitching, it's what you call a safe zone to some extent. Just chosen to stay back to a fullish one. That's what Joe Root does so well. Lawrence to face his first delivery. Again, good feeling, good commitment. Seen it more than once this morning from Jermaine Blackwood, especially.
Dan Lawrence, he'll be disappointed he didn't put this one away. Just bounced a little bit on him, but short and wide. Again, commitment this morning. I think for a team, back-to-back test matches, you do find sometimes teams can be a bit leggy. But I think the West Indies have been very, very good this morning with energy as well as their bowling.
Belly. That ball water, buddy. Yeah. Oh, okay. I just want right. If it I used to, right? I could be wrong. Give me a corner route. I could be wrong. Yeah.
Right 81 for 2. Route 51 or Route 66, whichever you like. Pramal continues.
Boy, Gunnar, very well, ball, Gunnar.
I think if you ask a certain Sir Curtly Ambrose, Route 66 is that thing 22 yards between the stumps. A long flat road.
Oh, hit done.
The one thing I would say about the wonderful crowds that we had first in Antigua for the visiting team and here in Barbados is the economic boost that it brings to the islands. We've had 2 years of this pandemic globally, and the Caribbean islands, in particular those that have depended on tourism as an economic driver, have suffered badly. Barbados, one of those that depend highly on the tourism factor in driving and supplementing their economy, and great to see the numbers of visitors from the UK that have come out to this tour. So we can bemoan other aspects, but there's a bigger picture at play. The spin-offs for restaurants, for taxi drivers, for hotels, the employees, thousands of employees that derive their livelihood from this sector of the economy. Happy for them.
Absolutely, and we talk about we had 2 years where, nearly 2 years where there was no fans inside stadiums, and how tough it must have been to play in that atmosphere, and what it takes to play international cricket. And playing international cricket is arguably a game of the mind. You've got a lot more media, there's a lot more scrutiny on you as a player, TV cameras and everything that goes with it, but the crowd and the atmosphere and the buzz that comes with that is what makes test matches so special. And when you see crowds like this to come to an island which has been really struggling with tourism, that's even more special. And you can say what you want about England supporters, and they travel well, and they do travel well in test cricket. It's fantastic to see us back in stadiums again. So end of the 47th, England are 82 for 2.
And of course, the potential for 100% capacity for fully vaccinated patrons coming into the stadium. Nice touch from Root. What's the flattest pitch you've ever played on, bowled on?
Antigua wasn't the greatest, I must admit. Multan, first test match in Pakistan after Pakistan realised that England had a bowling attack that could bowl well and take 20 wickets. That was flat.
And what were the skills you drew upon?
For me, it was about trying to bowl fast if I was on a flat pitch. That was what was going to make a difference. Shorter spells, but bowl fast and try and make a difference for my team. If we do get a passage of play where there's not a great deal happening, my job was to try and open the door. My job was to bowl the short deliveries, short leg, men back, and see if you can get any ounce out of the wicket that way, while obviously my other teammates held one end up and tried to, because sometimes when you do that you can be expensive, but I think sometimes you have to risk and reward, and the risk of trying to take a wicket when something's not happening on a flat pitch, I think that's the reward of when you do take a wicket. Then it opens the door and hopefully you can make inroads into the opposition. So when I look at this surface, yes, it is flat, it is easy paced, but I don't think we've got anybody of express pace that I think would make a difference on this pitch. I think it's an easy pace pitch, this, and I think we've got, unfortunately, from a game point of view, we've got easy pace bowlers. I think if that man on your screen was playing on it, I think it would be he gives you a different option. I think you might see when Ben Stokes really cranks it up, I think you might see something different on this surface. But other than that, I think it's an easy pace pitch and it's a nice pitch for batting on. But I think it's also an easy pace pitch because we've got easy pace bowlers.
England missed Mark Wood in that second innings in Antigua.
Again, we see this morning he's struggling to really extend that elbow. We've got Grenada around the corner. Is he going to be fit for that? He's got an IPL contract with a new franchise. Look now, there's a huge summer of international cricket for England.
85 for 2. Versamy Pamal does sweep. Didn't take too long for Root to climb into an ill-directed one.
Joe Root's been waiting for this, just waiting for the ball that just drifts down leg side, leg slip in play, nobody at 45, square leg, a lot straighter. And for a player like Joe Root who hits the sweep very, very well, it's a free hit.
The numbers for Joe Root on the sweep. He averages 68 with a strike rate of 192 against left arm spin. Picks length well, picks line well. Not that he's never been dismissed by it, but he has had great success against it from time to time.
Oh, jeez, Gunnar, well bowled, boy. Nice. Well bowled, Gunnar.
Leg spin or leg breaks, averages 81.
Wow, beautiful. Nice, Sammy. Well bowled, guns. Go in, Bonner. Keep working, cheese. Keep working, cheese. Working, Gunner.
.92 for 2.
Stop. Slight. That's center. And change the bowler right hand over. Center.
West Indies have shown great commitment and enthusiasm as Root has entrenched himself as only he can.
Just want to look at Alex Lees against Vasami Pamol. See there, he's trying to come forward to that one, going back there, indecision a little bit and coming forward. You see, he wants to come forward. You can just see he's trying to come forward, but unfortunately, he's more comfortable playing spin off the back foot. One thing you have to do if you're going to play spin off the back foot is make sure you make contact with the bat, because if you come forward, you can smother the bounce. Fortunately, when you go back, you're in front of all three. I think Vasami Pamol, so far today watching, it looks as though he's got a little bit more revs on it. He's trying to spin the ball that little bit more. There seems to be a bit more energy as he goes through his action compared to the second innings. Possibly a little bit of tiredness in the second innings at Antigua, and also the fact that he's playing against quality player in Joe Root, who could milk and maneuver him. But it just seems to be a marked difference in his first innings here.
I think you have to credit, and look, it's a long way from knowing what sort of success he will have as this test match goes on, but the faith that the selectors have shown in him, I think, is justified. 8 wickets in the last test in Sri Lanka, and then 1 bad test match to have catapulted him, I think would have been unfair. So they said, look, we believe in you, we believe in what you've been doing, have another go, bowl some more in practice leading up to the test match. And now he has to chase one.
And I think the confidence you give the player from making them decisions. When you've got somebody like Ben Stokes, Jason Holder in your side, you have to play a spinner. You have to play. You can't play 5 seamers, I don't think, in Test match cricket. England have had this conundrum with Jack Leach. Does he play? Does he not play? But I think when you've got an all-rounder who bats in the top 6, it gives you the opportunity to play a spinner. You don't have to bowl him all the time. But I think by selecting him again and the first-class career he's got behind him, the experience he's got behind him, I think that will quickly put the end of the test match at Antigua to one side. And as we've seen so far, I think he's not only learned, but I think he's thrived off the back of selection. And he's justified the way he's bowled so far. He's been able to control and hold like what Jack Leach did for England off the back of good selection and giving them the chance.
Over. 94 for 2.
Oh, Sammy. Ball gunner. Ball guns. Oh, yes, gunner boy. Working gunner. Doing guns, working guns. Oh, yeah. Down, dive bonds. Yep. Pick him up.
Lawrence off the mark.
Going, Gunner. Oh, yes, Gunner. Working, Gunner.
He's enjoying getting forward to Versami Pomol.
Oh, yes, Gunner, boy. Ball, Gunner. One ball, Gunner. Going, Gunner. Working, Gunner. Oh, catch it, Bookie.
I wonder what those lengths were like that Lawrence is getting forward to compared to what got Lees out. 97 for 2.
So views from on high over this Kensington Oval, down towards the harbour. Plenty of colour around, plenty of Union Jacks, plenty of support from, I know that man, I know that shirt, I'm sure. Plenty of support from the UK for this second test match, loads of it. Seen a lot of cruise ships coming into Antigua during the first test match. They'll be all over the Caribbean at the moment. Good to see that industry opening out as well as tourism in general here, where for Barbados, for Antigua, for Grenada, the 3 venues of these test matches against England, the influx of tourists and their money will be incredibly welcome. That's nicely timed. Rolls away across the advertising carpets. That's what they are. Very nicely timed. 100 comes up. 101 for 2.
Good firm stroke from Lawrence. Over pitch delivery from Jason Holder. And John Campbell at mid-on had no chance whatsoever.
Well, it's another chase now for John Campbell, which he gives up on almost immediately. I'll take any money that we've not seen 2 boundaries hitting consecutive balls off Jason Holder in this series.
Very unlike Jason Holder. Another half volley on leg stump. This time to the right of the mid-on fielder, John Campbell. Didn't even bother to give chase. Would have been futile anyway. 2 good strokes by Lawrence. Very unlike Jason Holder. Much better delivery this time.
Halfway? Yes. Thank you.
Just reassuringly, because I might have emptied my pockets there, I've had it confirmed that that is indeed the first time you've seen successive boundaries off Jason Holder in this series. Oh, he's going to have to hurry here, really has to hurry. Oh, if it had picked it up cleanly and got a flick in there, that could have been mighty tight. But John Campbell trying to cut off that quick single, just fumbled the effort at the last moment, and Dan Lawrence would have thought he was in trouble pretty much all the way down there.
Certainly was a risky single. Had he collected that ball, John Campbell, Lawrence would have been in serious trouble. But he didn't, and Lawrence survives.
I would guess it's just that old favourite, just taking your eye off the ball at the last moment, trying to keep an eye on the batter and the situation and the ball. The rule is you have to just keep all of your sight, all of your eyes on the ball, get it into the hands cleanly. If you'd got it into the hands cleanly and then got a good firm flick, that's when Dan Lawrence would have been in serious trouble. With that sort of little bumbling, fumbling nudge towards the stumps at 0.1 of a mile an hour, not enough to beat the dive. But it was a crazy run, absolutely crazy run.
Couldn't quite understand the risk. John Campbell, normally a good fielder, but not on that occasion. Disappointment for Jason Holder, hands on the head.
Calm resumes towards the end of the over with Root there, 106 for 2.
Gotta play something for the English.
Yeah, I have no idea what got into Dan Lawrence's head there, because that run,
England 106 for 2.
ball was hit straight to Campbell, absolutely dead straight towards him. Campbell saw it very, very quickly, moved in very, very quickly, and he wasn't that deep to start with, so it was never a single.
Let's go, guys, let's go.
A lot of chat today about the big improvement for Virasamy Pamal, and there has been a big improvement in his consistency, his lines, his lengths, his figures. Almost a completely different man.
Oh, you gotta.
And that's compared to the larger the second innings in Antigua, where he was very wayward, consistently wayward.
Oh, you gonna.
Just the one. Long on is down there.
Going, Gunner. Oh, you gonna. Well bowled, guns. Well bowled, guns. Keep going, Gunner. Keep working, Gunner. Keep
Bowling
going.
with a lot more control, Virasamy Pamal, than he did in Antigua.
Oh, yes, Gunner. Very well bowled, Gunner.
And he's also got a wicket to his name,
Keep at it, fellas.
which
Come on,
should
boys.
do his confidence a lot of good.
Working, Gunner.
Very, very economical as well.
On. Keep going, Gunner.
Yeah, he's fulfilling the same role that Jack Leach actually fulfilled so well in Antigua for England. Can you shed any light on the nickname, Curtly? Gunner, is it? They keep saying well bowled Gunner.
That's what they call him, Gunner.
Well done, Bonner. Easy.
Not sure where that came from.
Is it something like you're going to take a wicket sometime this year, or what? Anyway, let's not go there. 107 for 2.
You guys know I'm not gonna do you like that. I want everybody to sing the song. It's you and I that make this thing. Come on!
Well, he is one of 2 wicket takers today, of course, is our gunner, or their gunner. And the singing is underway. The Barmy Army hymn sheet is out.
Yeah.
Well, a misfield at sort of very silly straight mid-on. Palmed it round the corner, allowed the one.
Very, very ordinary effort that time by Nkrumah Bonner. Went one-handed, very casual. And Jason is not impressed. Showing a bit of frustration as well, Jason Holder.
I don't think he meant to throw that. I think when it came back to him, whatever little frustrations were bumbling around inside his head, when it comes back to him here, I think, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But it certainly wasn't one of those aggressive throws where someone's frustrations boil over and they go straight for the stumps, just missing the batsman by inches. Maybe it's just one of those ones where he started to think, I feel I need to throw this, decided maybe he shouldn't, ended up caught halfway between the two stools, and it comes out very strangely. Think about it, don't do that. Just
and well left alone by the batsman as well.
There's no pace. Absolutely no pace. It's done, it's gone.
What's your thoughts on the pitch, David?
Well, unfortunately, I have a microphone in hand, so some of them are going to be held back. It's flat. We had that little graphic after, 10 overs this morning, where we saw there was probably about 3 inches more bounce in this pitch than there was in the one in Antigua. It's a disappointment, yeah. And when you think back to some of the pitches we've seen here over the years, and I saw Prof Edwards this morning, who used to make, I don't know how involved he still is, but in the good old days or the bad old days, depends which end of the crease you're at, there was good pace, good bounce, good carry. And fast bowlers went, yep, we quite like this. Batsmen went, well, if we get in, we might be okay. And I'm not really keen to say it, but I think we're in a very similar situation to Antigua at the moment. 109 for 2. I mean, we saw, for instance, Dan Lawrence a couple of overs ago off that beautifully straight, beautifully timed on drive, which made it look like an absolute belter. Joe Root, of course, makes pretty much any pitch look like a good batting pitch. Going to be hard to price people out on this from what we've seen so far today. The only other thing that might change is the rate of wear. So 109 for 2. Root imperious again, 165 from 154. Lawrence just getting going, 14 from 25. Top score of a Test career for Alex Lees today with that 30. This is one of the shots that Joe Root plays with such nonchalance off the spinner and with such great control as well.
He certainly is a good player of spin and fancy the sweep shot as well. He got a good stride in, got to the pitch and swept it away quite convincingly for 4. And he has played quite a few of those. He's played quite a few of those so far in this innings. Look, he's looking really, really solid. Moves to 69, and of course will be eyeing another century.
Yeah, he manoeuvres it well when it's slightly different line, not sweepable. But just going back to that one sweep shot, most batsmen, left or right hand, play the sweep shot. The best they can do is get it square, and more likely behind square. He plays this shot so beautifully that he gets it well in front of square. And although there was a man at deep square leg in front of square, it was nowhere near him. And that's a very difficult shot to master. Nice footwork, nice connection, and nice carry as well. Brought them to life, brought smiles to faces.
First 6 of the match. Good use of the feet by Lawrence. Hardly any backlift at all. The timing was superb. Took it all the way over the boundary ropes for 6. Look at that. Good use of the feet.
Ooh, just dropped short. There's a little bit of grip there for Pamal. Lawrence watched it carefully, just adjusted, got it going down. Just got it going down enough not to carry it to slip. Oh, that's gone very quickly towards short leg. So 1 or 2 problems being posed there. 120 for 2. Well, that's where this man has a role to play, because you had that 6 hit off him. This goes very quickly off the inside edge, drops what, a couple of feet short of short leg. The previous one dropped just in front of slip, and that's where, as a spinner, if you're getting one or both edges in play, start to think that you're the man maybe in control, but a real contrast. So a couple of near chances there. He's going back to his nickname. Maybe he's going to get a wicket. Get a wicket soon. Well, there's a buzz out there. Real buzz out there. The crowd, of course, gives any ground a bit of buzz, but those little edges, just a sniff of something for a bowler somewhere out there, that's always encouraging for a fielding side. So you've got a little bit of turn at one end, and so the reliability of Jason Holder at the other. Could say that's expensive by the standards that Jason Holder set in Antigua in the first test, but an improvement for Pamal.
Hardly anything at all in the surface for the fast bowlers. We have seen the odd delivery with a bit of turn from Pamal, but nothing at all in the surface. It's very dry. And the West Indies fast bowlers are prepared to put in the hard yards. Nothing much is happening for them at the moment. Another very, very slow track, which is disappointing.
Well, I suppose the only question, I know it's very early in the game, but this is what we're seeing at the moment. The only question is really what it might do in terms of breaking up at all over the next sort of 3, 4, 5 days, whatever's required. There were 1 or 2 sort of flakes on top of the surface this morning when it was first viewed. That's roots. That's pure roots. Shot he just loves to play, just lets it come to him, just guides it through the gap. almost with laser precision.
By no means a bad delivery. It was a good delivery, actually. A bit of bounce. But Joe Root is in such good form. Played it extremely late and just guided it down to third man for an easy 4. No fault of Jason Holder. It was a good delivery. But Joe Root is in sublime form.
Holder taking the pace off for that final delivery. 1-2-6 for 2.
Guys, don't forget, you are in the best place in the world. Welcome to the beautiful island of Barbados. Come on!
Partnerships so far. This one, the Briskest, 46 from 66.
Work, Sammy. Working, Sammy.
It's nice for Root to have someone at the other end who is looking to be positive. That's Dan Lawrence's style. That's his ethos.
Oh, he Gunner. Well bowled, Gunner.
Never so easy
Well
if
bowled,
one
Gunner.
batsman feels he is the one completely in charge of things like the scoring rate.
Working, guns. Keep
But
going,
if
guys.
both are looking busy, both are looking positive, feels so much better.
Down. Go for it, Bonner.
It's one of the few ones today that Pamal has dragged down short and wide, and Dan Lawrence has said, thank you, I've been waiting for that, and I will indeed take 4.
Just a little bit short this time from Pamal, giving Lawrence a bit of width. Didn't time it as well as he would have liked, but still had enough legs to go to the boundary. Brings up the 50 partnership in the process.
Catch it. Working, Sammy.
It's nicely played. He didn't quite get in the same position coming down the pitch as he had done for the one he hit for 6, but just adjusted. Knew he had it under control, just used that space down towards long on to pick up the single.
Well, the only way he can get there is if he bowl down the leg side. If he bowl that line, he can't get behind so far.
Bit of advice from Joshua De Silva coming down through the stump mics there in terms of lines.
Oh, he Gunner. Well bowled, guns. Well bowled, Gunner. Catch it. Down, Gunner.
I want to play one for all.
132 for 2 now. Well, the overall run rate 2.32, low by modern standards in Test match cricket. This partnership has been the only one to beat that, really. Yeah, 52 from 72 balls. That's a nicely paced partnership, very brisk, very positive. And a lot of that comes from the way Lawrence just approaches the game. Well, he's a man who made a whole stack of runs, showed an awful lot of patience with the bat in Antigua. Nkrumah Bonner, and he got the Man of the Match award, Player of the Match award because of it. Interesting move from Craig Brathwaite, bring him on now with...
Go, Bonds. Watch our foot, bud.
What have we got? A few minutes until tea. Is just that token over before tea, isn't it? gently rolled leg spin.
Keep working, Bonds.
Bowled 1 over in Antigua, including 3 no balls.
Down, Jim. Well on, Z.
Has a chance now to
Working, Bonds.
redeem himself and maybe restore the little bit of faith his captain has in him.
Sorry, how much faith?
Oh, yes, Bonner. Bonner. Working, Bonds. Ball, Bonner. Effort. Ball, Bonds.
Well, if you remember Antigua, it was Dan Lawrence who got Bonner out, got Nkrumah Bonner out. And if Bonner could return the favour here, that would be a real feather in the cap for him, for his captain, for his team. 133 for 2 at the moment, just a couple of minutes to go until tea, probably one more over after this.
Go, boy.
Well, it's actually quite a tidy over. 3 runs from it, 135 for 2. Right, just while we're talking earlier about Joe Root and his absolute confidence and competence against spin, he's top of the tree. His average against spin, test matches since the year 2000. Obviously a minimum number of balls faced, 300. So Root thought that's interesting. He was a very good player, spinners too. Michael Vaughan, Jonathan Trott, Michael Atherton. Yeah, remember this is a set of averages. So Root gets a lot of runs against spin is the simple message. Just thinking that on that list, for instance, was Kevin Peterson, who had the absolute awesome ability to dispatch people like Shane Warne to the boundary often enough to make it really fun to watch. But these are just averages, so it's the consistency here we're measuring for Joe Root against spin. And all of those players, I mean, Graham Thorpe, Michael Vaughan, Jonathan Trott, acknowledged as, just keep going down the list, they're all good players. But Keaton Jennings especially, with sort of more limited opportunities. Hundreds in the subcontinent.
Oh, you gonna keep going, Gunner. Working, guns. Catch it, Jason.
Nice loud shout of no Rooty from Dan Lawrence. Root was prepared to come for the one. Lawrence thought better of it.
Oh, ball Gunner. Ball guns.
Kamal continues to do a decent job.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, 2. 2 lads.
Looks a much better bowler in this game so far than he did in Antigua.
Ball Gunner.
Yeah, one more ball to finish off the over and finish off the session, the afternoon session here, day 1. Oh, nice little bit of grip. Nice bit of grip. Pitching on, straightening. Good spell from Virasamy Permaul. So players will troop off now. 20 minutes off before they come back and resume day one here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Famous, famous ground. But it's 136 for 2, 89 runs for 1 wicket, just the 1 wicket in that session. So each session has seen a wicket fall. Alex Lee's the one dismissed in the afternoon session for 30. But England, let's remind you, England batting first by choice here today. Very flat looking pitch, and that's the way it's turned out. Very dry, lovely conditions for batting here today. Just that little slowness of the pitch, a slight distraction. So the card so far today. Crawley out first without scoring, trying to leave on the lone, but not quite succeeding. Lee's the one out in the afternoon session. 30 from 138 balls. We can chat about that at another time. Joe Root just looks as comfortable as ever. 80 for him from 171 balls. Dan Lawrence, nice and positive, 26 from 38. Still to come, the likes of Stokes, Bairstow, Folkes and Wokes. And just a reminder that making their debuts in this game, Fisher and Mahmood, their debuts in Test match cricket. So 136 for 2, comfortable position for England at tea here. The wicket takers, Seals got Crawley early on for a duck. Permaul had to wait a little bit longer for Lee's, but he's got 1 for 41 as well. Roach, steady as ever, swinging that new ball, but wicketless. And, well, West Indies probably have quite a bit of work left to do in the field for the rest of the day. So, gorgeous scenes of Barbados in some very gorgeous weather as well. That's the town centre below us there, below the drone. We will be right back with you with some reflections on the day so far.
Colin. Oval go to Andrew. Oval go to Andrew. They changed it around. Oval! Oval! Oval!
We are back here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. England winning the toss this morning and having no hesitation in batting first. They're 136 for 2. It's been that sort of day, a slow day, but Joe Root has managed to work himself into the 80s. Dan Lawrence with him on 26. Alex Lees got to 30 from 138 deliveries. Successful bowlers for the West Indies, Jaden Seals, who picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley, and Veersamy Permaul, who got the wicket of Alex Lees, 1 for 41. Great to have sunshine, great to have good weather at this historic venue, and the company of Mark Butcher to my left, and to his left, Sir Curtly Ambrose here as well. Sir Curtly, tough day for bowling again.
Certainly is a tough day, but I think the bowlers have remained disciplined. They haven't allowed England to score too many runs in 2 sessions, even though Joe Root is still there looking extremely comfortable and eyeing another 100, and we know what kind of player he is. But I think generally it has been a slow day. Lawrence looked to be the more aggressive one of the two, but that's where he plays anyway. But I kind of like the way the game is shaping up in terms of the West Indies bowlers, not giving too much or too many runs away.
Mark Butcher almost strapped on his pads and sharpened his bat and blade to walk out there this
It's not that flat.
How do you see it from a batting perspective?
Yeah, look, England having made the decision to win the toss and bat first. I know they were a bit reluctant to do that back in Antigua, but here I don't think there was any hesitation that was the right thing to do. I think you've got to look at it in terms of we've got to try and make as many runs as we possibly can first time round. Hope that something happens in terms of the pitch breaking up, in terms of it offering increasing assistance to Jack Leach. And that's the way to go about it, really. And they've set their stall out to do that really, really well. So no complaints as far as they're concerned at the moment. Joe Root had that one chance, didn't he, down the leg side. There may have been another one, but we're not entirely sure in terms of a review that could have been taken. But other than that, he's looked absolutely serene.
Let's have a look then at that partnership between Lees and Root, and tell me what impressed you most.
Well, I mean, listen, Dan Lawrence has been given the remit, really, by the management of Collingwood and Joe Root in his reset to go out and be himself. Go out there, play big shots, go out there and put the bowlers under a bit of pressure. Joe Root, when he made his 100 in the second innings at Antigua, started very slowly. Started at a strike rate of around about 30 for his first 40 or 50, even 60 runs, and then put his foot on the accelerator. So I expect he'll be feeling like he can do that again. It's really nice to see Lawrence be able to go out there and play with that sort of freedom. We watched Alex Lees play at the beginning, and it's very, very early in his Test match career. But at the moment, he doesn't have that confidence to maybe get a half volley and really flay it through the offside. Time will tell whether he gains that confidence or whether or not that's it. Hopefully that isn't all we're going to get from him. So it's a nice little building block for him in terms of his confidence as he tries to work his way into being a Test match batsman.
Yeah, early days yet, my bad. Lawrence and Root. Sir Curtly, your thoughts on that partnership with Lawrence?
I think it's very important. I like Lawrence from the way he plays. He's an aggressive player. Doesn't matter the situation, he looks to attack the bowlers, and that will put pressure on the bowlers. If you're not unsung, you could go for runs. And I like the way he approaches game, and I'm looking for big things from him going forward.
Yeah, as we look at some scoring areas here as well, and how well Joe Root has played.
He's just a fabulous player. I just love watching him bat against spin. I mean, there is the one advantage of having a slow pitch where you can see lots of overs of spin, is that you see the spinners trying to pit their wits against a guy who literally can sweep you 180 degrees from the finest behind the wicket-keeper, almost can hit it through mid-on if he wishes to. He picks the line, he sees where the field is and decides to hit it either squarer or straighter, dependent on what other factors are there. I mean, he's an artist. I mean, there are a few of them in world cricket, and they are wonderful people to watch bat. As much as you'd like to see the bowlers have a bit more fun from time to time, at least when you're watching guys like that, it's not dull.
Yeah, we did that wicket between lunch ante of Alex Lees. Curtly, what did he do? What was the error here?
I think maybe, it's the start of his career, so he's a bit overcautious maybe. It took a long time to score those runs. So he sort of dug himself into a bit of a hole. Didn't leave the bat in anger, and eventually was leg before to Permaul.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at the way that somebody like Joe Root might have played that, He potentially would have gone forward in the first place. I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with him going back, Alex Lees. The issue for me, and the problem that he got himself into, was that he starts to move back and across, which is a move that you make when you're playing the seam bowler. But of course, if the ball just straightens a little bit from you, you end up again having to, if you roll it forward, you end up having to play slightly around the front pad. You're playing now with half the bat, now with only a quarter of the bat, and if you miss it, you're out. So the great players, I mean, you see Joe Root on the other side, he decided to go forward to a ball of exactly the same length. I don't think the going back was the biggest mistake. I think the biggest mistake was getting the wrong side of the ball and then playing across it. Because had he gone backwards along the line of leg stump and just then looked to play it with a straight bat, he wouldn't have missed it. So look, you've got a master on the one side, on the right, playing forward and looking like nothing is going to get him out in a million years. And you've got a complete novice at the other end who's trying to figure out what he's doing in Test match cricket. So that's the situation they're both in their games at the moment.
Yeah, all sort of guile coming into play from the bowlers as well. And so, Kirtley, you talked about the commitment from the West Indian bowlers and most of them primarily seamers. We've got a question coming in from Key, who says, Mr. Ambrose, what did either of yourself or Mr. Bishop learn? Mr. Bishop didn't learn much, hard-headed fellow, from the great late Malcolm Marshall and your own experiences that you try to pass on to young, promising fast bowlers in the region?
That's a good question. One of the things that I learned from Mako very early, he said to me as a young man, look after your figures. And I've never forgotten that. A lot of people say to me that you're very, you give nothing away. But I've learned from Malcolm from very early. Look after your figures, and once you give nothing away, you build pressure, the wickets will come. So I would pass the same knowledge on to these young fast bowlers.
He didn't give you anything.
Well, nothing for me, but I was going to say he did it figuratively and physically, didn't he? Looked after his figures. Look, there's still nothing of the man. Here is a guy who listens to his lessons very well.
Yeah, the late great Malcolm Marshall, of course, on whom the N was named here. Superb fast bowler, taught me about angles, to different batsmen, what to look for with a grip, a stance, and try to sort of breach that. All sorts of great lessons. As we look forward now to the final session, Mark Butcher, with Root entrenched, Lawrence starting to get going. How do you see it?
Well, look, England would have looked at this game plan, and a similar thing happened to them with Antigua, albeit they lost 4 wickets in the first session, is that once you drive a bowling attack into their third, fourth spells, the field's been out there for a while, they've kept themselves going, Jason Holder's been having them dancing around to keep them on their toes, but you get them deep into the third session on day one and you've only lost 2 wickets, suddenly the runs start to come, and there isn't a great deal you can do to stop that unless you take wickets. So England will feel they've earned the right to be a bit more expressive and perhaps put them under a bit more pressure this afternoon.
And how will they respond, Ambrose, do you think, in this final session from a bowling perspective?
It's going to be very important they try to get some wickets. 136 for 2 is by no means a big total at the moment. If West Indies could nip out, well, Joe Root, first of all.
How? That's the question. We always say get wickets. How?
I think they got the ball a bit straighter. Try to get that leg before into play, because nothing happening off the seam. So edges and stuff not going to be happening. So bowl a bit straighter. Hope they miss, get some leg before, get a couple of wickets, they're back in the game.
All right. I noticed he didn't say just. Thank you very much for your insights. Thank you very much, Mark Butcher. Well, we have that final session of this opening day display in this second Apex Test coming up. Sunshine and brilliant weather here over Kensington Oval in wonderful and beautiful Barbados. We take a short break, and when we come back on the other side, we'll have lots and lots of live action.
Well, once again, those glorious views from on high over this Kensington Oval here in Bridgetown. Some colours everywhere, there's brightness everywhere here today. The tropical shirts out in force. So, 2 sessions in to day 1 of this second Apex Test match between West Indies and England. We've got all the mixtures of the sublime nature of Joe Root's batting and the side shows as well. Joe Root on 80 from 171, Dan Lawrence 26 from 38. Always adds a bit of something to proceedings out there. Still to come, Stokes, Besto, Folkes, Wokes, Fisher, Leach and Mahmood. Still resting, Lees and Crawley. Crawley out very early in the day. Alex Lees, 30 to his name today. So double figures for the first time in Test cricket. So a welcome fillip for him. West Indies, a couple of near things to go the actual wickets they have taken, but a session to come where they will be made to work, or should be made to work, very hard indeed.
Centre. Ball is right hand.
Root looking very calm and cool and collected, as is his way. He's ready. No one else is quite. The umpire's just waiting for just the clock to tick around the official 3 o'clock.
That's clear.
Alzaro Joseph to start things off.
No, Rooty.
Saw some suitably aggressive fields earlier on in the day, but now the ball is old, the day is older itself. 1 session still to come. We're down to the slip in the gully. Ring on the offside, deep square leg is out there. And comes into play almost straight away. Well, this man certainly brings a bit of a buzz to the crease every time he walks out to bat. Played a lovely little cameo in the second innings in Antigua when England needed to press on. That was with a declaration in mind. Just thinking, I've got Steve Harmison alongside as well. Steve, one of the things in terms of game planning for this match, another flat pitch, in terms of making a move, as it were, the run rate's going to be important. I sort of feel this is a good session to try and just keep the pedal down, not Ferrari style, but just accelerating a bit.
Yeah, it's keeping the pressure on the bowlers and on the captain, Craig Brathwaite.
No!
What you've got from now on in, from an England point of view, you've got Root and Lawrence, who are natural scorers. You've got Stokes and Bairstow, again, natural run, big shot scorers, are wanting to put bat on ball. So like the good thing about the West Indies, having been fined for their over 8 in the first Test match, their over 8's up there, so they haven't got as many overs to bowl in the last session, and normally that's where the wheels can sometimes come off.
That's a really good piece of fielding. Very quick to the ball, straight into the hand, up quickly to get the throw in as well. Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, it's been an excellent display of ground fielding from the West Indies. Not only have they backed their bowlers up very well, the energy that they've shown, led by Jason Holder at slip. They haven't gone in their shell when the partnership's going. They've kept persevering, kept pushing. Catch from De Silva, the only sort of blemish, what's been a very energetic fielding performance.
138 for 2. Well, the verdict on Virasamy Pamal today is bowled a lot better than he did in the second innings, especially in Antigua. Much more control, both of lines and lengths. The odd one, just the one, I think, was cut away by Dan Lawrence in the build-up to tea. But he's kept the pressure on. His figures are pretty good. 141 from 14. He was much tighter at the start of his spell. A few more runs started to flow. Root, of course, is so good at playing spin that he'll manufacture sweep shots now and again just to keep that scoreboard ticking. This could be an interesting session if England do try and be just that a little bit more positive against him.
Oh yes, Gunnar, well bowled, Gunnar.
We went when he started his spell in the morning, actually, first spell in the morning, with 3 men round the bat. We're down to a slip. The other close-ish catches, sealing it on, short extra cover.
Wait on!
Good fielding again.
Work, Sammy. Yeah, it does, Gunnar. I know, I realize after.
Oh, a little risky, maybe a little risky, but it's on its way down to that third man boundary. Has enough pace on it to beat the chase from Shamar Brooks. And these are the fine margins. Yes, there was a little bit of turn, a little bit of extra bounce there. Didn't quite come off the bat 100% as intended. Slip was suddenly interested.
Oh, Gunnar.
That's it, that's it. Nice, that's good, something good.
Working, Gunnar.
How many, please?
2.
Just trying to wonder how much this pitch might turn later on in the game. We've seen apparently in first-class cricket in the West Indies, the build-up to this Test series, games have gone here with a lot of runs scored early, but they've all finished with a result. There's a bit of turn here on day one, but slow and consistent.
Oh yes! Hit, John.
That's a good run. Instant result, instant run. 144 for 2. .44 for 2. Joseph to Root. Yeah, this is the time of day when someone like Joe Root is cruising nicely at 82 not out. You start to think back to events early in the day. Roach to Root down the leg sides. Tough one. Straight off the face of the bat. What will annoy Joshua Da Silva enormously is that he got there. He got there absolutely to get a glove on it. Oh, that's away in the gap. Well, while he was the subject of conversation, Joshua De Silva this time couldn't get across because Holder, of course, it's not Holder. Holder. Well, the slip is wide anyway. Not Holder now. It was Jason Holder there before. But there is this huge gap. It basically comes off to the bottom edge, the toe edge. Yeah, so that dropped down the leg side when Root was 34. Inevitably, people were doing the maths. So far, you just say in the easier terms, it's cost what, 52? And the way things are looking could cost an awful lot more as well. Good effort to get that far down the leg side, but keeper will be so annoyed that having got so far down, got a really good part of the glove on it, it just didn't stick.
No, it didn't, and the one that was inside edge onto pad, did it carry for De Silva? Joe Root was on 23, another one that De Silva, I think if it went into his hands cleanly, he might have had the confidence of going to Craig Brathwaite and go to DRS, and it would have been an intriguing result from DRS, whether they thought it hit it or not.
Come on there, boys. Work, Zaza. Work, boys.
These are the things that go on what I call the FM index.
FM index.
The fine margin index. The little things, the little tiny things that can make a difference.
Especially when you've got somebody like Joe Root off the back of 1,700 runs in 2021, 100 in Antigua. You definitely need the FM index go your way when you're at Joe Root.
Oh, now there is, there could have been, there could still be, there might not be enormous trouble. We had a near run out for Dan Lawrence before tee, the other side of tee, and this was a complete mix-up. Nearly looked like they were going to have both men at the same end. Somehow they got away with it, 150 for 2.
Yeah, another part of your FM index when it comes to Joe Root. Joe's ball watching a little bit. I think he gave a signal, an indication to Dan Lawrence that he didn't hear the call. Whether Dan Lawrence has waited for the misfield end called, and by that time he was more or less side by side with the England captain.
Working, Guns. Keep going, Gunner. Gunner.
Well, that's a gift. Won't go for 4, but that's one of the ones that Pamor would like to take back and bowl again. He knows he's got that one wrong, short and wide. Didn't quite time it though this time.
Any house, Gunner.
Yeah, I think Pamor's just held that back a little bit, conscious of the last over when hold that length, but a lot flatter, and Dan Lawrence used the pace of it to get it down to short third man. This time, because Pamor's not a tall man, it's just sat in the pitch, and it was a freebie for Lawrence, and I think that one's the same. I think Dan Lawrence is thinking there. Possibly could have hit that cross batted over the top of mid-wicket. Basically could have hit it anywhere he wanted. So something for Pamor to think about. He's bowling flatter. Lawrence is looking to use the pace.
Oh, Gunner boy. Working, Guns. Keep going, Guns.
Yeah, that one was anything but flat.
Boys. Working here, boys. Come on. Have fun as well. Come on, boys. Patience and discipline, man. No, Gunner, yours. Oh. Keep going, Gunner.
Well, just before that delivery, you heard the words, what was it, patience. Basically, patience and persistence. And that's what you need on a pitch like this from everyone, including the spinner. Just those little variations are nice. Yes, of course, you want to, as a spinner, you want to play with the pace, you want to play with the line a little bit. Play with the flight, but you don't want to take too many risks, because anything slightly wrong is definitely hittable. And from that sort of line and that sort of length, it's not easy to get away. In the end, it's 3 runs from the over, 153 for 2. Right, Dan Lawrence going nicely, 36 from 49. The one thing he needs to work on is his running. A couple of times we've had, well, we had the mix-up in the previous Joseph over. We had one before tea as well. Nothing wrong with that. That's beautiful. That was just sweetly timed. Very much on the up with that little bit of width outside the off stump, but very, very positive.
It wasn't a bad length, but it was just a little bit wide from Alzari Joseph. And Lawrence waited, hit it on the top of the bounce. It was a fantastic shot, this, by England's number 4. Growing in confidence, batting with Joe Root. Partnership going to 77. The England having a relatively slow start, 77 off 109 balls. Root and Lawrence just looking to cash in on anything that's either wide or over pitched.
At 4. Just for a moment there, you might have thought that was Joe Root on strike, because that's one of the shots right out of his playbook.
It's a beautiful shot by Dan Lawrence, and good cricket from England's number 4. Third man's gone out to deep point, so moved third man all the way around to deep point, basically saying to Alzari Joseph, go that little bit straighter, we'll give you, go that little bit fuller, a bit straighter, will give you some protection out on the offside boundary. And all he's done is he's just dragged his length back, and Dan Lawrence has guided it down to third man. A no ball as well to add misery to the West Indies. I think they might get some joy here, because I think that ball's getting forced through the ring. I think when it's like that, they might be looking to change it.
Looks like they're going to have to try again. Almost in the condition that the umpires might consider changing it, but not quite seems to be the verdict. But yeah, very clever batting. I like the way that Dan Lawrence is going about his job here. Imperious drive before, and that dab through down to third man. As I say, almost emulating Joe Root. Just talk about the run-outs. That's the one thing he's had to worry about. This one was a suicidal run. John Campbell, if he'd gathered that cleanly in his hands and flicked it firmly, could easily have had the run out there. This one, again, the common denominator is Campbell. Common denominator is a misfield. And if Campbell had managed to pick that up, well, that would have been Joe Root in deep trouble. Yorker attempted, low full toss produced, no run. You'd normally have John Campbell down as a good fielder. As it happens, he's been in the firing line there at mid-on. Now it's another no ball. This is kind of what I miss with the original system of the umpires on the field having the job of calling no balls, because you get it instantly that way. There were a lot missed, of course, over the years. How many were missed, who knows? But I think even the standing umpire might have spotted that one. It's a big, what, 4 or 5 inches over that front line, over the crease. Nowadays, of course, that's all in the hands of third umpire, as what's known as a word in the ear of the standing umpire, hence the late call.
It's interesting that Alzari Joseph now is probably going to the short ball route. He's got 2 men back on the leg side, but he's also got a 3rd man and a deep point out on the offside. So he's basically just going to try and target. Seems like he wants to target straight. Just hedging his bets here a little bit, rather than having everybody on the leg side going at Dan Lawrence's left shoulder and basically saying to the England batsman, you can only hit it or you can only pull it on one side. At this minute in time, the way the field's set, he's setting his field for a short ball, but it just doesn't seem as though he's got an idea of which direction he really wants to go in. That could be dangerous.
Strangely, again, the lack of pace in the pitch is not really helping either bowler or batsman. It's not helping Joseph, for instance, with the aggression. You know, with a better, quicker, bouncier pitch, this becomes a more interesting tactic. You probably don't even need it with a better pitch. And for batsmen trying to get bat on ball and waiting for the ball, I mean, that's not the way it should be.
I think this is better. This is the point I was trying to make before. If you've got deep point, 3rd man and 2 men out on the leg side, you're basically going, I'm going straight. So I'm letting him cut, I'm letting him late cut, I'm also letting him pull. Now he's going to go around the wicket. Brought deep point up. Short leg's going to go in now. Actually 4 men on the offside, 5 men on the leg side. Look to target rib cage, Dan Lawrence's left shoulder. A more clearer plan from Alzari Joseph.
Well, that's not a bad response, is it? Joseph changed the angle of attack as well by going round the wicket. So all those men on the leg side, none of them were involved in this whatsoever.
One thing about having a clear plan, you can be predictable, and that's what Dan Lawrence is saying. Right, I'm getting right across the crease. There's no way I'm ducking this if it's in my scoring area, even if there's 2 men back. There's 3 men back going now. A fantastic shot by Dan Lawrence. So we've now got a fine leg, deep square leg right behind, and a man in front of square out on the boundary. Craig Brathwaite mid wicket for that missed time pull, and also short leg for the one that Dan Lawrence stands up and fends off. The way he's just played that shot, I don't think he's going to look to fend it too much, but this might help the West Indies get a harder ball if they're going to go down this route of the short ball.
Well, it's one of those things, it's almost inevitable, isn't it, when players start to question the ball. It's just like a process, isn't it? You have 2 or 3 goes at it, keep tossing it back to the umpire, you get that template out. First of all, they establish it's a close run thing, but they manage to squeeze the ball through. Then one big shot, one smack out the middle of the bat. And guess what? Here we go into the reserve balls.
I don't know about reserve balls. We're going into reserve time. I think this is into the 9th minute of this over so far. West Indies over it's been very, very good after a slap in the wrist and a fine in the first. This good bit of bowling by Jaden Seals. I thought he got his lines and his lengths perfect. Got the ball swinging to Zach Crawley. some good balls leading into this, and a little bit like Jason Holder in Antigua, Zach Crawley didn't know whether to play it, leave it. When you're batting off stump and it's that wide. Alex Lees, could he have gone forward? He looks more comfortable playing off the back foot to the spin bowler. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But unfortunately for Alex Lees, when you do play it like that, you have to make contact with the bat.
Yeah, those are the two outs. Crawley for none, Lees for 30. And in the meantime, Root and Lawrence have taken it on very, very nicely indeed. It was, what, 80 for 2 when Alex Lees was out. So, they've got a new old ball. Let's see if this swapped ball does anything different. Just to reiterate, 3 men in the deep on the leg side. Long leg, backward square leg, deep mid wicket. Different response from Lawrence. No real pace off the pitch. 169 for 2. Yeah, no guarantees when you change the ball what you'll get particularly. It's meant to be a ball of similar wear and tear, which I suppose if you took that to the literal interpretation will be just as bad as the last one.
Yeah, very good point and very well made. Some of them do look better than others when they do get them back in the hand. Some of them feel better than others when you get it back in the hand. It's something from a bowler's point of view. Just gives you that little bit more energy when you get a different ball, a ball that looks better. But I get your point. If it's the same amount of overs, then in theory it should be the same amount of wear and tear.
Well, yes, one will be a little flatter maybe. One might be a little rounder maybe. But actually that one he tried, that boundary tried, that certainly didn't fly through. So whatever they were hoping for, it doesn't really look as though they've got a harder projectile in their hands this time. But let's see what the spinner makes of it.
No. Working, Gunner.
I think one thing to look out for from this ball is the degree of scuffness on the rough side and whether this ball might reverse swing.
No.
You get a newer ball, or you get a different ball, a change of ball, possibly a bit harder, might be the same, same when it comes to how soft it is, but it might have something on it, the rough side, which might make it more conducive to getting the ball to reverse and moving laterally. And on a surface like this, if you can get that, then that would be great from a bowling point of view. So it might be something worth keeping an eye on.
Oi, Sammy boy. Working, Sammy.
Yeah, we've got, what is it, just over 15 overs till the second new ball is available. So if you can get something, some sort of reverse from the older ball for 10 overs, say. What you'd like to do, obviously, is the fielding side under these circumstances, nip another one, if you're lucky, 2 out before that next new ball is due. One ball left in the over, 1 run to go for Dan Lawrence to reach 50.
Go in, Sammy.
Oh, my word. 3 clutches at the ball, but no edge, it seems, off the bat. And spine-tingling moment there for a moment. And for De Silva, at least he's, well, at least he doesn't have to worry about any chances at that particular moment. 170 for 2 it is. Fine piece of juggling from Joshua De Silva. push through just that little bit more quickly. You can sense, of course, the ever-positive Dan Lawrence just looking for that run for his 50. That last ball of the over is just that little bit of bounce, a little bit of pace, beats everyone. Joe Root also anticipating this attack. Let's have a quick look at this. Just double check on this last ball, the previous over. Nothing on ultra edge. Mighty close. But a little extra bounce, a little extra something, and he beat the bat. He beat the initial attempt with the gloves as well.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Joe Root. Nice contact for Joe Root, straight to the man. Everything seemed to be under control. And then suddenly it wasn't. And would you believe it? It's John Campbell again, wherever he is, it seems. Whether it's mid-on or deep square leg. And Joe Root gets beautifully on top of this. They're rolling it down nicely. There we go.
No Pearce on the pitch, no Pearce really on the ball. Didn't really seem as though there was much pace going towards John Campbell either. A test match fielder that should have been stopped. Joe Root moves on to 93.
Yeah, can't get a bat on that one.
That's the first one. First one.
I love the way Joe Root is just able to smile his way through virtually everything. Even some of those innings in Australia under immense pressure, there was still that beatific smile on his face.
Yeah.
Good luck, John Campbell. And the one thing that he could be absolutely assured of is that, I don't know how many's down there, 1,500 English fans in the party stand. We're going to applaud him if he stopped it and mock him if he missed it.
It's a little bit better. More of a fast bowler's route there when he got his feet in behind it as well to make it a second barrier, but really struggled for John Campbell this morning, throughout this whole afternoon. Trying to get hold of the ball.
Over.
175 for 2.
Go, Gunner.
Another Joe Root masterclass. Tempo has gone up since the resumption after tea. The rate of scoring, perhaps led by Lawrence, 49 from 59. Good afternoon, Sir Kirtley.
Good afternoon, Bish. I do like Lawance's intent, taking the attack to the bowlers.
Oh, yes, Gunnar. Yes,
I mean,
Gunnar.
49
Working guns, working
from
guns.
59 deliveries. Well,
Boy,
make that
boy.
60. That's pretty quick. And Captain Joe Root only 5 runs away from another 100. Joe Root certainly has stepped up the tempo since tea. And we've seen that in Antigua as well. Took a long time to get to that first 50, and after that he really accelerated to 100, doing the same thing here again.
More runs, a couple of them. 97 to Joe Root.
Yes, Gunnar. Ball, Gunnar. Working guns. Keep going, guns. Down, Johnny.
100 partnership comes up between Lawrence and Joe Root. 99 to Joe Root, 181 for 2. England's dominance continues. Jaden Seals into the attack, 42 runs since the tea interval. With 2 added on for the last ball, previous over. That'll be 50 for Dan Lawrence. His 4th in his Test match career, his quickest as well. And what a bright future for this young man.
Certainly has a bright future. And the way he plays, very attacking, confident. And if as a bowler you're not unsung, he could punish you. And I do like the way, I like what I'm seeing about Lawrence.
Another Test match 100 for England's captain. His 8th in the last 14 months. Just re-emphasizing the greatest period of batting in his long career. And so much more to come.
What a player. What a player. And he should enjoy it. He's having a golden run, as you said, Bridge, the last 14 months. 2nd Test match 100 in as many games in the series. Applause from his teammates. All smiles. What a player.
Five hundreds against the West Indies. 5 different countries scored in, 1 in the UK. one in Grenada, Antigua, Barbados, and St. Lucia. The doyen of England's batting group right now as it stands.
Good short delivery from Jaden Seals. And even though Joe Wood is on 100, that one surprised him a bit. Now look at that record. Almost 10,000 runs, close to averaging 50. What a player. 2,500s to go along with 53 50s.
It's impressive that his hunger for runs as well, his thirst for big scores.
One left.
Unquestionable and unsurpassed.
Over.
Tried everything, the West Indies. 185 for 2. Kemar Roach. Slow across that side of the ground into the wind. 3 taken, very busy between the sticks.
Little bit of a loose now from Kemar Roach. Just wide of off stump, punched away by Wood for 3. The running between the wickets since the Antigua Test, Bish, has been wonderful. They hustle for every single run possible. And that has continued here in Barbados. Not taking anything for granted, trying to get as many runs as possible. Putting the fielders under pressure as well.
wonderful player. He had tough time in the Ashes, maybe less so than his colleagues. And back to his very, very best here in the Caribbean. 100 in Antigua, 100 here at Kensington Oval.
Look at that. Second in the standing. 2500s. Only behind Sir Alistair Cook, who's got 33. What a player he is, Joe Root.
More than anything else, you'll be hoping that 100 in this test match can be a catalyst for a win, more than the individual accolade, which is well deserved, very well deserved, in the midst of English batting royalty. .190 for 2. Giroud with 14 test match hundreds as captain, an average of just over 47.5. Graham Gooch in there averaging 59 with 11 hundreds during his captaincy tenure. Alistair Cook, who opened the batting for so many test matches, 12 to him. Not sure what else the bowlers can do. It's kind of going to one-way traffic. No movement off the surface.
Must be frustrating for the West Indian bowlers. Playing on surfaces like this, hardly any assistance for them. Into the third session of day one, and it's already problematic.
No!
This certainly is not good for Test cricket. We expect these bowlers to take 20 wickets.
Yeah, Lawrence playing his part as well with his quick scoring, his 4th half century in Test match cricket. 3 of those half centuries away from home, which is a good sign, Sir Kirtley, for the way that he scored quickly in Antigua, scored quickly here, wide signaled.
First one, Lawrence.
We expect these young bowlers to take 20 wickets to try and win a test match or test matches and even series. But as groundsmen, they're not producing the type of wickets for the bowlers to take 20 wickets, and that to me is disappointing. I've been talking about this for many years. We need to prepare better surfaces, starting at first-class level. When we left Antigua, Bish, such a flat surface, we were hoping that the surface here will be much better. And quite frankly, just the same as Antigua. Nothing is different. Disheartening.
I wonder how the West Indies will view the rest of this session, given that the rate of scoring is over 5. So they've been trying that short ball theory to get wickets. Will there come a time in this session where Coach Simmons and company will say, maybe we have to just throttle back a little bit and dry the runs up a little bit more, just shift the focus for a little while. Runs coming quickly for Root and Lawrence, 195 for 2. They're having a ball and they're getting a treat from England's captain and a bright star for the future with bat in hand in the sunshine.
They certainly are having a good time. England at the moment are doing very well. On the back of another 100 from Captain Joe Root. I think this is a period where the West Indies will now have to go back to containment. They've been scoring a lot too quickly since the tea interval. So maybe now's the time. Contain, build some pressure, both on maidens if you can. Slow down the scoring rate a little bit. The short stuff isn't quite working, not causing any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll be looking for another mammoth score in excess, you suspect, of 400 if possible, in excess of that, because he's got a rather young bowling group to lead as well, with 2 of his seamers on Test match debut. No Mark Wood, no Ollie Robinson. So scoreboard pressure and a wearing pitch in order to try to get 20 wickets. Try is the operative term, right?
I do like the way Kema Roach is bowling at the moment. Hasn't got the kind of pace that he had a few years ago because of that shoulder injury. And he's bowling to his strengths. Bowling a bit straight, which is a good plan. Bring that LBW into play. And at the same time, giving nothing away.
Yeah, and a great opportunity on the surface for Lawrence to try to get his first Test 100. 195 for 2.
Send this off. Go heel. Breathe. You coming? No. Slice.
195 for 2. Still Ben Stokes, folks. Biesto
Leg stump.
to come.
Leg.
Chris Wilkes, Fisher, Leach, Mahmood. Now Craig Brathwaite.
Center.
9 overs to a possible second new ball.
Go Andy. Go Andy. No! Take 2 off, Andy. Take 2 off. Andy. Center.
Holder looks at it. Roach at the backward point looks at it. And it's Holder who has to retrieve it. 200 comes up for England. Another impressive boundary for Lawrence.
That certainly was a good shot. It wasn't a bad delivery by any means. Just went back on the back foot and stroked it through extra cover. The timing was superb.
Oi, Craigie. Ball, Craigers.
He's in good form. Dan Lawrence.
Catch it. Down, Johnny. Well done, John. Working, Craigie. Working, Craigie.
Oi, Craigers. Over.
Easy like a Sunday morning. 200 for 2.
Drinks after this.
Easy like Sunday morning, Bish. Are you a Lionel Richie fan?
Well, regardless, we're all singing to Joe Root's tune in the last 2 innings. And how he's looking forward to plying his trade on this surface. Anderson Phillip on the field for Versami Pramal, who's about to re-enter at the end of the next over. Strong young seamer out of Trinidad and Tobago, very fit, sharp in pace. There's Pramal.
I wonder what that conversation is all about. Lack of turn, maybe. It looks that way.
What a review of thought as well for either team, I suppose, for the West Indies. If you look at the surface and you think, could we have had a second spinner in hindsight? We'll see how things develop. And Jack Leach comes and gets his turn. Parkinson, a wrist spinner, not in play in this series so far.
Kemar Roach, as always, trying his hardest. Very tough situation at the moment for him and the other bowlers.
Maiden over, still 200 for 2. And time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Over. Well, beautiful sights and sounds of Barbados. Some of the gorgeous beaches, the likes of Dover, Silver Sands, Carlisle Bay. We'll be entertaining tourists and locals up and down the length and breadth of this wonderful island. The other entertainment, of course, particularly if you're an England fan, has come from this partnership of 120 and just 171 deliveries between Joe Root and Dan Lawrence. 25th 100 in Test match cricket for Joe Root and the third half century for Lawrence. It's been enterprising stuff since the tea break. Tough work for the West Indies bowlers though, very tough indeed. They've tried any number of plans but haven't been able to come up with an answer. And as we get it into the second hour of this evening session, things are starting to look a little bleak for the West Indies. Skipper Craig Brathwaite has decided if you need a job doing, then better off do it yourself. So he's going to be bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, his curious blend of off breaks and lollipops. 200 for 2 England. 17 overs in the day remain. The over rate has been excellent. And West Indies are 7 overs away from being able to take a new ball.
Oh yeah, Craigie down, Craigie. Well, two of y'all, come on.
Samuel Badri is with me. I mean, a lot of talk about the pitch. There is always going to be on a day like today. It's been tough going for those bowlers. I guess for me, if we get to day 3.5 and it's still like this, then all bets are off. Root on the reverse now. And what I mean by that is okay, there's certain frustration about the way that the pitch is played today in front of a full house here. However, if the pitch then starts to deteriorate and we get wickets falling later on in the match, does that constitute a surface that is less worthy of censure for you?
Yeah, I think so. If it continues to play this way,
Come on, Craig, guys.
nothing in it for the bowlers whatsoever throughout the test match, then certainly I'll be very disappointed with that. But if there is something a little bit later on, whether it is variable bounce, a two-pace nature, something in it for the spin bowlers, and we see some wickets falling by virtue of good bowling, then fair play.
Oi, Craigie boy.
Will make the test match interesting. Will make the game worth coming out here and watching, worth tuning into. And that's what it's all about. You want to have something that is interesting, something that grabs your attention.
Yeah, I suppose the caveat to that is
Come on, Craigie. Come on, boys.
then there'll be those that will turn around and say, well, then the entire thing was dependent on the toss. If the thing breaks up after the second day and England have put 500 or so on the board, then the flip of the coin becomes overly important. But one thing that I've found out about cricket fans over the years is that no matter what happens, there's always something to have a bit of a moan about. 74 gone, 204 for 2. Well, those fortunate enough to be out here in Barbados are certainly not complaining at the moment, as England pile on the runs. Pensive-looking Jason Holder, man who has an astonishing record at this ground, averages over 50 with the bat, averages 10 with the ball. That average might get a bit of a bump after today. But West Indies have needed to come up with something, with a plan, a definite plan, as this partnership has grown. And they've kind of gone at the short ball. I think the pitch, unfortunately, has meant that they haven't been able to get the ball high enough or have enough spite on it to make anything happen with the short ball. Now, again, rather hedging their bets. It looks as though Holder wants to bowl much straighter, much more at the stumps and pads of Joe Root. He's got 5 men on the leg side and 4 on the off. Kemar Roach tried with the, let's say, South African tactic of going 1.5 foot wide of off stump. Well fielded. And I actually think on surfaces where the bounce is relatively true, you're almost better off bowling slightly wider at batters than you are bowling straighter. I thought when Roach was concentrating on bowling wide of off stump into a length with the field packed on the offside, there looked like there was more opportunity for a mistake. Maybe skim one at cover or nick a wide ball trying to hit it on the up. I think the more pace there is coming onto the bat, the more the batsmen don't mind if you go at their stumps. It's when it's low and slow that they don't like you bowling at the sticks. But West Indies have decided upon this course of action. And at least it is a course of action.
Yeah, absolutely. At least they're trying something. They're trying different things. Whether it is to get a wicket or just to restrict the score of runs. But at least you're seeing a definite plan. Excellent delivery. I just have tried to trick him with that full one. With that field set, might be expecting it short. And he goes full. And we've spoken about Joe Root's exploits in the recent past. Is 1,708 runs in 2021. He started off 2022 in excellent fashion. Back-to-back centuries in this Test series. But also against the West Indies, in the West Indies, he has a phenomenal record here, over 760 runs an average of above 63, 4 centuries and 2 half centuries here in the West Indies. So he particularly likes scoring runs against the West Indies in their backyard.
Yeah, I mean, the holy grail for Joe Root has been making hundreds in Australia, in Ashes cricket, and it's evaded him to this point. But, I mean, he was a colossus in Sri Lanka. Life got increasingly tough on the tour of India. Made a brilliant double century in England's only Test match victory of that tour last year. His mastery playing against spin is up there with the very best playing the game right now, and a lot of the very best who have ever played the game before him. There is that wide line. Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Alzari Joseph finds himself at slip. He's probably at 1.5 slip. Did it make it?
Just short. Curtly Ambrose was mentioning a bit earlier about the positioning of the slip fielders.
Is Alzari Joseph a regular slip fielder?
He fancies himself. He's fielded in that region quite a lot, to be fair to him. And that one was comfortably short. Always difficult when that ball falls short of you in that region. And didn't go to hand. Just a single from the over, 205 for 2.
Well, and as if by magic, the numbers appear. Joe Root's phenomenal career. Australia is much less than his average. New Zealand also up in the 40s, though, still pretty decent. Bangladesh only the 2 Test matches there, and Ireland being by far and away the worst. And I suppose you could say that a lot of the Irish found their way to places like Australia and New Zealand, so maybe there's a theme there ancestrally for Joe Root. Sami Permaul comes down to the Malcolm Marshall end for the first time. Craig Brathwaite has, I think he basically used himself to switch ends after the drinks break. And Permaul really needs to try, if he can, keep things tight. Oh, hang on, there's a problem. And I think the problem is, well, I'll let Samuel Badri tell you what the problem is. He spotted it.
Yeah, it seems as though he wasn't on the field long enough. Spent a certain number of minutes off the field for whatever reason. You have to spend that same number on the field before you are allowed to bowl. So maybe just a couple minutes short of that for Sami Permaul. Hence, Craig Brathwaite will bowl this over.
Oh, get it, Bonds. Well on, Bonner. Craig, Jay's good. Working, Craigie.
Might have tried to pull a fast one on umpire Nigel Duguid. Mentioned before, standing for the first time in Test match cricket. But he was having none of it.
Working, Craig, guys. Keep
Quickly
going, Craig,
informed
guys. Working,
the
Craigie.
captain that he still had a few minutes to spend on the field. So very good one, umpire Duguid. Don't try that on me.
Easy as you like.
Yeah, just helped along its way with that angle from around the wicket, outside off stump, and very adept at playing that particular shot, Joe Root. Very much in control. And then he does something like that, rotation of the strike. So a boundary followed by a single keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
My ears didn't deceive me during Ian Bishop's last commentary stint. He was quoting lyrics from the Commodores. And the over 8 continues to be above 14 runs per over. It's been a day of strange pleasures. 2-1-1 for 2. So Gary, with a well-earned glass of the local brew. Really like that line from Holder. As I mentioned before, just when the ball is bouncing, you've got a decent bit of carry. It's not flying through. If you can just make the batters push away from their body a little bit more, you have to be very disciplined. The length has to be right, and you have to pack the offside field to do it. Batters feel like they want to hit the ball all the time because it's so flat, so they go at it, and then the mistakes come. No mistake that time. Beautifully punched away through extra cover. An impish innings this so far from Dan Lawrence. He moves to 67.
Very elegant in his stroke play. Dan Lawrence, uncomplicated, high elbows, full face of the bat. And ever since he's made his way out in the middle, he's looked quite fluent, really well balanced at the crease, and they're enjoying every moment of this partnership, now with 135.
Yeah, something of the artful dodger about Dan Lawrence and the way he plays. Another adjustment to the field here, just reinforcing the offside. And again, I think that's right. But fair enough, Dan Lawrence has played an excellent stroke through extra cover. Just give yourself a little bit more cover, because caught it on the drive or caught at cover back on the one is as good a dismissal as getting caught behind or caught in the slips. Just pack that offside and just keep it out there. Lawrence will do this. That's what I mean by the artful dodger. He's just looking to pick bowlers' pockets. You want to bowl it over there, you want to set the field offside, I'm going to hit you leg side. And if it's his day, he'll smash you to ribbons, run you ragged. But he'll take a risk to do it.
Yeah, predicted the line of that last delivery. And yeah, you're right, absolutely right. He's putting the bowlers under pressure. So they haven't been able to string together dot balls and maidens, the West Indies bowlers, particularly post-T. So they've scored quite freely.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can forgive them that, can't you? 77th over, the run rate's still down below 3 and over for the entire day, so they've toiled really hard in unforgiving conditions. And England would have, you know, they'd have seen the way that things went in Antigua and have thought, well, okay, sometimes you have to soak it up a little bit in the first session of the day, and then when the bowlers tire and things start to come very much more into your favour, you put the foot down and have a go. That's Test match cricket. That's exactly what they're doing.
We still have Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow to come. So if these two can set things up, well, you never know. 215 for 2.
Bit of correspondence for Johnny Bairstow. Days of sending postcards back home are long gone on tours. Maybe signing a contract. Okay, Pummel is now eligible to bowl from the Malcolm Marshall end. He started off well, and is increasingly, perhaps as he tires, become less reliable. I think the action is a difficulty for him. The way that he almost releases the ball before his front foot hits the floor. Just means that metronomic consistency fails him at times when the timing is wrong. And he's had a better day than any that he had back in Antigua.
Yeah, you're so right. It's something that spinners talk often about, repeatability of the action. And anything that is slightly off will render the delivery a bit of inconsistency. And we've seen him abort his run-up several times. That one is down the leg side. He has protection in deep backward square, almost a wide fine leg.
Yeah, I think Ian Bishop did a really nice split screen of the comparison between Pummel and Jack Leach as their front foot hits the floor. Now with Pummel, almost as though he's bowling off the wrong foot, not quite. His bowling arm is almost at the point of release, just as that right foot hits the ground. Whereas with most spinners, that right foot would be on the floor a lot earlier and you'd be bowling against it. You'd use it as a pivot to go over so that you've got something solid underneath you as the arm comes over the top. Pummel doesn't quite have that. He gets it, but it's very, very late. And I think that's a major factor as to why he finds that sort of pinpoint consistency and accuracy quite difficult.
Yeah, so he's using more fingers and shoulders as opposed to the entire body to put energy on the ball. Because you're quite right, he doesn't have that solid base to really get up and over and to impart that energy and that torque on the ball, T-O-R-Q-U-E. $217 for 2.
And she said yes. Judith and Sam, come. I know, Judith, you are shy. And I'm going to come down there for you, Judith. Don't let me come down there for you. So come on, guys. They're coming very quickly. I love when this happens in Market News. I know the government and everybody's going to be happy that, you know what, nobody can
137 in 201 deliveries for Root and Lawrence in partnership. Joe Root with his 25th Test match century, 5th against the West Indies. Dan Lawrence with his 3rd half century. Correction, 4th half century. Let's have a look at what the West Indies have been up to, the seam bowlers in particular, since the tea break. I think what you can see here is just two different plans. You've got right arm seamers bowling around the wicket, trying to bowl bumper warfare with men back on the hook. And you've had Roach and Holder from the Joel Garner end looking to bowl in that channel, wide channel. Jack Callis style, getting it wide of off stump, trying to dry things up in that manner. So sometimes the pictures we get built up from Hawkeye, they can look erratic, or they can look as though the bowlers have been all over the place. The fact of the matter is they've been working to do two different plans in searching to try and keep England under control. It's not been easy.
Yeah, the batsmen have been so far good enough to counter the plans of the bowlers when they were short. They played the pull shot, they played the hook shot. They were still able to score. And now that they're going wide, Dan Lawrence in particular is going to cross to the offside to still try to access the leg side. So there still is that intent to score despite the plans.
Again, you just see the outside edge exposed there. It's a good line from Holder and good work. Lawrence was able to get on top of it and knock it into the offside, but it's only a single, no harm done. Good work from Holder. It's all work. 218 for 2.
Boys. Working, Gunner. Keep going, Sammy. Working, VP. Working, Gunner. Oh!
So the show goes on.
Working, Sammy.
Lawrence on 69, Root on 115.
Oi, Gunner! Working, Gunner. Keep going, Guns. Working, Guns.
optimistic, but that's what happens when it's 218 for 2. Wickets as rare as hen's teeth, and you're hoping for pretty much anything. Just angle down the leg side.
Yeah. Oh yes, Gunnar. Find a way through that middle. Find a way through that. I know you see it, Gunnar.
Find a way through that.
I know you see it, Gunnar.
That's the cry from behind the stumps. One more ball to try and do so. Now, 219 for 2. Second new ball is available now. Considering how little is happening with the old one, you'd think that some sort of immediacy might come into play. Anderson Phillip is back on the field. Pamal has gone off. It tells you all sorts of things. Pamal had bowled 20 overs, 159. Jaden Seals has still got the old ball in his hand. Good strike early on in the day. Zach Crawley is victim. Neither sure whether to play or leave alone. Just slid off the outside edge into the gloves. A bit of reverse swing there. I think we need more than that.
Yeah, that little bit of reverse, and he has to be very mindful, the West Indies seamers, whether they continue with the old ball or with the new ball that is available to them for the rest of play. With 2 set batsmen, very well set, route 115, 71 to Lawrence, to be very accurate. And that reverse swing is something I think we might see coming into play later in the game, with scoreboard pressure from the total that England will post.
Yeah, it's the age-old conundrum, isn't it? The old ball won't go far off the bat because it's soft. The new ball can go off the bat very rapidly sometimes, especially when you've got 2 batsmen as well set as Lawrence and Root are. But then the new ball gives you other opportunities. You cannot sit back in a game of cricket and say, well, we'll see what happens next. You have to try, whatever the circumstances, and take some initiative. And there is, I'm afraid, that sort of inevitable feeling at the moment that, well, both Seals and Root, they're sort of kind of going through the motions, waiting that second new ball. I don't think it'll worry Joe Root unduly either way. If he's got the old ball to contend with, he'll wait for it. He'll try and watch for that reverse swing. If he has a new ball, he'll anticipate maybe the ball being encouraged to swing away from him. But again, when you're set, you watch. Oh, here we go again with the run-outs, but between them now, it's mostly been Dan Lawrence's fault. Between them now, I reckon that's 3 muck-ups. Very hard to get the throw away with any power when you're off balance like that. Overcalled, 220 for 2. Well, never pays to make too many assumptions in this game. I just had the impression that when the second new ball was due and when Pamol left the field, that the new ball itself would be taken almost immediately. Well, would be taken immediately. But he's back on after 1 over off. Whatever the damage was, I think minimal. And he will continue. So at one end it'll be reverse, at the other end a bit of spin, and maybe he'll just hang on just a few more overs. That second new ball. We've got a little bit of time left in the day. 81 overs have been bowled. We won't, by the look of it, get through the full 90, even with the spinner bowling. So maybe the plan is just a shorter burst with that new ball before close of play. Make sure it's fresh and still very new for the following day.
Go in, Gunner.
Best verdict on Pamol today, much better compared to that second innings in Antigua?
For sure. Better control. And obviously a wicket.
Ball and guns, keep going, guns, working, Gunner.
But still they'll depend on him to continue doing at least, at the very least, a minimum job for the duration of the innings and the match.
Oh yes, Gunner.
And maybe later on a wicket or 2 again.
Working,
and
guns, keep going,
I asked Curtly this
boys.
earlier, have you any light to shed on the nickname Gunner? What they call him out there? Nope. So I'm going to stick with going to take a wicket soon then.
Oh, Gunner.
Not sure how much it has to do with bulging biceps.
Catch it.
Showing his guns.
There are bigger guns out there, that's for sure. 221 for 2. We're thinking he is poised with a new ball, ready to run it on as and when requested. But at the moment, doing a great job for Blue Waters. Well, the men who would take that new ball, one of them very obviously Kemar Roach. First new ball was taken by him and Jaden Seals. Seals is on. fascinated by the way Dan Lawrence plays, I have to say. He's always looking for runs, which I would have to say is a lovely trait to have. You have, yeah, in fact, you've got in this game, in this England innings, contrast. We've got Alex Lees, for instance, the top of the innings, slightly different job, but very much thinking about occupation of the crease. You've got Lawrence here, who comes in at number 4, right from the get-go, tries to manoeuvre the ball into spaces. Very nice foil for Joe Root, who just carries on in his own merry, stylish way.
Yeah, the thing about Lawrence is that he got to that 50 in 62 deliveries. His next 22 runs have taken in excess of 50 deliveries. And that's the thing with Test cricket. He's trusting his abilities, and the innings will ebb and flow in its pace. And a short cover. I suppose the point I want to lead to, David, is someone like John Campbell, who's older than Lawrence, who's 24. Lawrence is 24. He's already got 11 first-class hundreds and played 93 first-class games, but understands a little bit of ebb and flow. John Campbell, 6 first-class hundreds, and the way that he gave away his hand again last game, he can learn something from watching Johnny Bairstow bat in the first test, Root, Crawley. I would like to see that if he had actually bowled it. But just about how to pace his innings. So these are things that I hope that some or one or two of the West Indians would have learned from the opposition forces they're playing against, or guy in their own team, and Nkrumah Bonner.
I think it's a very good point. And for someone like Lawrence, who likes to be free-flowing, just to absorb this bit of pressure, to absorb the good bowling, the tight bowling, and say, right, I'm still here, my chance will come later. I think that's a very, very good lesson to learn. Oh, the edge flies and isn't taken. Just nibbled outside the off stump this time. So for Jayden Seales, the ultimate frustration. He's kept the effort high. That's got bounce there. It's got real bounce. All it needed was a safe pair of hands. It flew pretty quickly, but I'm afraid that is a palpable chance, and you can understand every little bit of Jayden Seales' frustration. One of the few times that Lawrence hasn't been in control. This is not the sort of pitch where, as a fast bowler, you want to see any chance go down, let alone one that goes at a very catchable height. It wasn't wide of him. It was maybe flashed quite quickly. Nonetheless, those need to be taken. Those have to be taken.
Having sung his praises, Mark Butcher, I think, was talking about bowling maybe wider off stump on the surface. There was an edge that fell short of Alzarri Joseph from Lawrence's bat a little earlier. This one from the attacking shot goes at a comfortable enough height. You really should be taking these. It's just, it's beaten Joseph for pace.
Still fighting, man. Come on, Versami.
But that's a gift that has gone.
I'm afraid this is not like Christmas. You don't get gifts under the tree opened every 5-10 minutes. These gifts are few and far between. You've got to wait for another religious festival, I'm afraid. What's coming next? Easter?
Working, Sammy. Come on here, boys. Keep going, Gunner. Working, Gunner. Oh, you Sammy ball. Ball in, Sammy. Oh!
2:26 for 2. One observation about Lawrence, actually, despite the drop, the demeanour is still exactly the same. So there's a very positive inner man there, still looking to look for the gaps, look for the shots, not going into his shell. I'm sure there'll be all sorts of conversations out there about whether to persevere with that old rag of a ball that's in the hands at the moment of Jaden Seals. That one that caught the edge, yes, it was wide. It wasn't a ball that was easily drivable, so there was just that little lapse of concentration from Dan Lawrence. But there is just that little bit of bounce that makes all the difference. It takes everyone by surprise. Lawrence with the bat, of course. He really is stretching for it. That wasn't a great shot, but Alzarri Joseph at slip came as a real shot.
I'm not sure if the West Indies are rotating the folks who they have at slip. Joseph has spent some time in the slip cordon over the last year and a half or so. So it's not the first time we're seeing him post there. Usually your first or your go-to men in that cordon would be Jason Holder and to some extent Jermaine Blackwood, neither of whom in this final session are standing in that area. It's John Campbell and Alzarri Joseph.
I mean, just the way that Alzarri Joseph shaped to take it on this one occasion didn't look the reactions of a natural slip fielder. The great slip fielders would have moved with a bit more smoothness. Hands would have got up there early. It was just as if it just hit him really in the end. That could be concentration. It could be just sighting. Now there's a moment or two for both batsmen here to consider what's going on. Joseph is persisting with this outside the off-stump line. There is a bit of bounce there, which is interesting. But both Lawrence and Root now, for various reasons, best known to themselves, have been driving on the up without due care and attention. One's edged, one has played and missed. Today's opportunities, a difficult one for Joshua Da Silva, but takeable for a keeper of his class. This was very takeable for a decent slips fielder. As we say, these chances under conditions like this today do not come that often. Well, another good effort from Seals. Really good effort in this over the old ball. It's 2-2-8 for 2. Ah, there it is. Been waiting patiently, we have, for that, for 5 overs since it was first due, first available. Still being kept in the plastic bag, it seems, for a moment or two. So we have the new ball on the field. There we are. It's being held up just to signify to all concerned, but especially the scorers, that it's going to be taken right now. I'm not sure how much notice Jason Holder has had of this, whether it's just been a, okay, right, let's do it now type moment from Craig Brathwaite. At the same time, Seals just had that chance created and not taken. Another play and miss from Joe Root, bowling really well with the old ball. As the new ball came on, he walked off. Maybe, and I hope that's just a very brief little bit of attention needed from physiotherapists. And Jason Holder, as I say, I'm not quite sure how much notice he had, because there's been a lot of last-minute stretching going on here. And there's quite a lot of him to stretch too. So, second new ball after 85 overs. Jason Holder from the Malcolm Marshall end. Straight on the spot again. Got 2 slips and a fine gully, maybe a deep gully as well. Backward point. Otherwise, what you'd expect at this time of day. Yeah, Jason Holder into his usual rhythm. All that stretching seems to have done the trick. Just experimenting at this stage to see if there's anything with this new ball that's going to give him shape, something to work with. And there is just a little bit of shape. Starting that off round about, say, leg stump, straightening up towards middle and off. Beautiful seam position.
Interesting too that the slip cordon has a different look about it with this new ball. Joseph not in the slip cordon, down that end. Blackwood has taken up his position alongside Campbell and Shamar Brooks.
Well, a little full, a little wide, but just imperious, isn't it? If it's there, it's got to go. That's the view for Dan Lawrence. And the 150 partnership comes up. Beautifully put away, just threaded through that gap between extra cover and mid-off. That new ball will travel. You get that sort of invitation, that ball will indeed travel. Bobbles away for 4, and this partnership continues to prosper. 152 from 249 balls, so made with good intent, good execution, decent speed, decent pace. So 4 overs remain in this day. Kemar Roach will have a 2-over burst from the Joel Garner end. Kemar Roach knows that he can put in maximum effort for just these 2 overs tonight. Take the rest of the day off, come back tomorrow morning and see if there's anything that he can find in conditions tomorrow morning to encourage him. Give it another burst then. That's a good line. Just cruising down just outside off stump, coming back just a little bit just as it passes the bat. So century number 25 for England's captain. Seen so many of these shots so often before. Comfortable against the pace, innovative and very, very good against the spin. So at one end we have Joe Root with his 100, Dan Lawrence at the other. It's been a very handy knock for him, very good knock indeed. Great chance, first of all, to survive the day today now. Just a handful of overs left and to go on tomorrow and make this an even bigger and better score. But he's got such a great array of shots, such a positive attitude.
lonely kite flapping above the dockside here in Barbados. Some stunning drone shots throughout the day, some stunning shots from Joe Root. New ball wasn't taken straight away, and you can understand why Craig Brathwaite would want to give his two main bowlers as few overs as possible to come in and give it everything they could. It's been a grueling day for the West Indies. Also didn't want the bowlers to perhaps have 10 overs with the new ball in front of them and it go round the park, therefore wasting any advantage they might have from it being hard and fresh tomorrow.
Certainly has been a grueling day for the West Indies on another flat surface. Certainly has been hard work for all the bowlers. Apart from maybe the first hour of play this morning, where the ball swung a bit, seamed around a bit. Since then, nothing. All England's way.
They have just hit upon a plan before they took the new ball. I always think that there's something you can do, even in the flattest of conditions, whether that be something that is going to slow down the batter's progress or make them take an undue risk, or it doesn't always work, of course. There's always something you can try. Slow, low pitches, you want to go straight, you want to go at the stumps. And there's a bit of carry and bounce. If you go wide and try to get the batters to play with half a bat through the offside, on the up, away from the body, you might make something happen. It's been a story of drop catches, missed chances for the West Indies, as well as the excellence of Root and Lawrence in this partnership. And granted, Curtly, it's been flat too.
It certainly is flat, and a couple of chances went down. Root dropped by De Silva early in his innings down the leg side, difficult chance. And then Lawrence dropped not so long ago by Alzarri Joseph at first slip. On flat surfaces like this, when you do get a chance, you have to take them. And the West Indies didn't take their chances at all, dropped a few.
Dan Lawrence goes to his highest Test match score, it's 235 for 2. '73 was on debut in Gaul in 2021. Only one score on that list at home. He's just gone past that 81 not out that he made against New Zealand last year here in Barbados. I'm sure his mind might be turning towards making that into 3 figures. And scarcely get a better chance.
He certainly would want to turn that into 3 figures. Hasn't gotten to that landmark as yet. And he's got a golden opportunity now to turn that 82 that he's got so far into 100. Probably won't get it this evening.
Well, I wouldn't put it past him. He's a cracking lad. Chingford in Essex, Dan Lawrence. Real self-confidence about him. Terrific stroke player. Will always look to try and take a positive option if there's one there. Stung the hands of extra cover with that drive. And it's been a really enterprising innings, isn't it? England sort of, you know, they dug themselves in that first session and halfway through the second. And then as the bowlers have begun to tire, Lawrence has put his foot down and come out and played in a really eye-catching way.
Quite right. For the middle of the second session, they started to accelerate. Lawrence more so. That was perilously close to wide.
Has been tempted out there though, so it's worth a try every once in a while. Joe Root, despite the early miss, what was it, 34 he was on down the leg side, bowling with Kemar Roach. That seems like an eternity ago. Just looked in total control once again. It's a sight we were very, very used to seeing in 2021. The thing about Dan Lawrence is if he was given 5 deliveries to crash away through the covers for 4, he'd do it. And he just plays on what's there.
And why not? If the ball is there to be hit and you're confident enough, you go for it. I know he's getting close to the end of the first day's play, but if runs are to be had, got to cash in.
Kemar Roach finishes his 16th of the day, 236 for 2. Final over of the day. Ben Stokes taking his pads off. If a wicket falls, it's it. That's it. Done. Over.
There's a hint of swing with the new ball. Seeing Jason Holder getting the ball to shape away nicely. West Indies would love to take another wicket right now on the brink of the close of the day's play. Can they do it?
Well, memorable day for the two young fellas left and centre of your screen. Matt Fisher with the flip-flops on. Flip-flops. Saqib Mahmood, first day as Test match cricketers, has been spent with their feet up. There is the half volley. There is the extra cover drive. And there is a boundary for Dan Lawrence.
Over-pitch delivery by Jason Holder. And the kind of form that Dan Lawrence is in, he wasn't going to miss out. Good stride in, got to the pitch of that delivery and stroke it quite nicely through extra cover. Appreciated by his teammates.
That's an absolute peach on the up, down the ground, and quite rightly they're on their feet.
Back-to-back fours again of Jason Holder's bowling, second time in this innings so far. That was a pleasant drive. Just to the right of the diving mid-off. Young Jaden Seals had no chance. Takes Lawrence into the 90s.
Gone. Right at the close of day one. West Indies and Jason Holder stuck at it right until the end. And they have been rewarded with the wicket of Dan Lawrence, who has been brave, has been enterprising, who's been entertaining, but ultimately will be disappointed, bitterly disappointed, as he makes his way back to the dressing room for 91.
After hitting back-to-back fours of Jason Holder, went for another drive, didn't quite get hold of it, and hit it straight to short extra cover. Jubilation for Jason Holder. Yes, I deserve that. He's happy, Jason Holder. Disappointment for Dan Lawrence as he goes for 91.
Well, jubilation for a Holder right at the very death here in front of his home crowd, or at least his home ground anyway. One ball left of day one, but never mind the disappointment for Dan Lawrence. The ovation for England captain Joe Root as he skips up the stairs for a quite imperious 119 not out. Talked about Dan Lawrence and the fact that if he saw the ball there that he'd go after it, and he certainly did. Holder just held that one back a touch. Lawrence was ticking, the heart rate was up, and Holder kept his cool until the catch was pouched. West Indies will go through their warm downs, will look at that scoreboard and think, well, it's been a pretty flat pitch, it's been a pretty hot and unforgiving day, but we've only conceded 2.7 runs per over. We've picked up 3 wickets. We'll start with a new batter at the crease in the morning. One of those will be England captain Joe Root. But they will be able to congratulate themselves on a job or a task that was well stuck to. A lot of work for the bowlers, a lot of bowlers used, 7 in total for the West Indies. 1 wicket apiece for Seals. He picked up the first one. Zach Crawley must have been sat there thinking there are guys out there scoring my runs. He was dismissed for a 7-ball duck by Seals. Pamal also got in on the act, knocking over Alex Lee's LBW for 30. It took Lee's 138 deliveries to get those. And then Jason Holder, right at the end of the day, when you needed somebody to stand up, when everyone is wilting around you, it's the star all-rounder for the West Indies, Jason Holder, that picks up the wicket of Dan Lawrence. 243 for 3 with just the 1 delivery remaining here on day one. And we will go into tomorrow with Ben Stokes and Joe Root at the crease. Well, while the West Indies do their warm downs and get a well-earned drink, we'll take a break, the other side of which we will have interviews and analysis for you. Don't go away.
The end of day one of the second Apex Test match between England and the West Indies. 244 for 3 for England, having won the toss, electing to bat first. A 25th Test match 100 for Joe Root. He is still there. Dan Lawrence went just on the cusp of the close of play for 91. Right, was it reflective of conditions out there? Let's find out from England's batting coach with Samuel Battery.
Marcus Trescothick alongside me, batting coach of this England team. 244 for 3, Marcus. Where do you see things and how pleased are you with that effort?
Great day, really positive day for us. Obviously, really disappointing for Dan. Obviously, he played so well going into the little bit towards the end. But you know, to be in this position, 3 down at the end of the day with nearly 250 on the board, we're very happy where we are.
And that partnership you mentioned, Dan Lawrence playing a special innings along with the captain Joe Root, 164, really set things up quite nicely for you guys.
Yeah, it did. I think we had a great platform to go from, and I think that the combination of those two when they're playing well at the moment, you know, to come in and be a bit freer and obviously then, you know, put the West Indies bowlers under pressure. I think that was a great partnership for what we needed. Scoreboard was really ticking along the lunchtime session, and then we continued on into the final session as well. But yeah, as we say, I'm really happy where we are.
And Joe Root continues to churn runs game after game, consecutive hundreds. A word on him?
Magnificent. You know, to have the discipline and the approach to where that he's going about his business. It's a real example for everybody else within our side and English cricket really about how to go about playing Test cricket. The hunger, the desire to keep coming back. You know, after getting 100 last week and come back and do it all again, it's brilliant to watch, and it's superb for the change room to see him do so well.
And in terms of conditions, Joe Root, as soon as he won the toss, he decided that he wanted to take full strike. Looking on from outside, did the pitch play the way you guys expected?
Yeah, pretty much. I think we were expected it might do a little bit with the new ball, which it did. It swung quite nicely and bounced a little bit. Once the ball gets 15, 20 overs old, then it stops swinging a little bit. But there was a little bit of spongy bounce throughout most of the day. But I think we were pretty pleased with how it actually performed, expecting it as we did.
Wonderful batting effort from your team, Marcus. All the very best.
Thank you.
Hard work for the West Indies bowlers. Jaden Seals toiled manfully for a 20-year-old. He had a catch put down by Alzari Joseph, finishing with 1 for 30 off 16 overs. Quite impressive out there. A wicket for Versamy Pamon, 1 for 61. And Jason Holder picking up the wicket of Lawrence with 1 delivery left in the day's play. Pretty much England's day with Steve Harmison alongside me and Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside him. Steve, would this be the type of total that England would be satisfied with, having won the toss and chosen to bat?
Yeah, absolutely. On day one, I think that Marcus said there, the 250 on the board, 3 wickets down. We're desperately disappointed that Dan Lawrence didn't manage to get himself to the close of play and come out against the new ball tomorrow morning and potentially get that 100. But that's a learning curve for him. But I think England will be happy with the position they're in. They'll be happy with the surface the way it is, hoping that it breaks up as the Test match goes on, and they desperately need to get 400, 450, 500, and if Joe Root can bat the way he did first 10, 15, 20 minutes tomorrow morning and get in again, then I think that number is on the cards.
Curtly, you talked earlier, I think we were here at tea time, and you said you were happy with the manful way that the West Indies went about their bowling in that last session, over 100 runs. What are your thoughts?
I thought that they tried something a little bit differently.
Yeah.
They went to the short stuff, which didn't quite work. On a pitch like this, I thought maybe they stuck with it a little bit too long. You know, should have at least tried to contain a bit more. Not saying they shouldn't try something, but I thought they maybe stayed a little bit too long with the short stuff and allowed Dan Lawrence, for instance, you know, to score quite quickly. However, I think overall, it was a decent effort from them on a very, very slow surface, which offered nothing. And it's just over 2 runs and over in a day. Only 3 wickets, but I think the effort was commendable.
Yeah, at a couple of catches that went down, Joe Root very early in the piece, and then Lawrence, who perished towards the end. What are we to make of this 24-year-old and the way that he fell with just 1 delivery left in the day?
Yeah, it was bitterly disappointing how it finished, but we've got to celebrate the actual innings itself. I thought his innings itself was fantastic, and When Sir Crawley mentioned before, I thought the short ball theory was the good theory, but it lasted far too long. They should have bowled wider of off stump, especially on this surface, packed the offside field, and that could have happened a lot earlier. He put pressure on him. Sometimes, and I'll take this from the great late Shane Warne, he used to say, sometimes as a bowler, you're happy to get hit for 4. He got hit for 2 4s. Like at the end of the day, Dan Lawrence thinks he's playing very, very well, and he's gone at something that he probably shouldn't have, and that has brought to his downfall. Learning curve for Daniel. A good end to the West Indies, but I think all in all, he should be proud of his performance.
Absolutely. A couple of chances we mentioned Sir Crawley missed early in the day. As we review them now, what are we to make of them?
That first one that was dropped by the Silva, the wicket keeper, it was a tough one. I mean, it would have been a great catch had he held on. It was never easy going down the leg side. So you can't fault him too much. That one, Alzheimer Joseph, should have been taken. However, I thought Jason Holder should have been in that slip cordon. He's the best fielder in that position for the West Indies. I don't know why he wasn't there. So another miss, and it's cost the team quite a bit.
I was looking at the length of that delivery as well. The length of the mischance and the length that Lawrence actually was dismissed to. There's a little bit of similarity in looking to hit the ball on the up.
And the length, if you remember, rewind, the length of the first innings in Antigua off Jason Holder was very, very similar to that length. Dan Lawrence trying to drive on the up. That's what I mean. If you can get the ball outside off stump to shot players, especially shot players who bat on off stump, we've seen with Zach Crawley playing something he didn't want to, try and just dry them up, then all of a sudden players go and play away from the body with that sort of in-out field. It creates a chance, and I thought they should have went that a little bit earlier than continue with the short ball, because the short ball was going at 5, 6 and over, and there weren't boundaries, there were singles, they were comfortable with the short ball. I thought they should have gone a little bit fuller and a little bit wider, and they were getting their rewards.
A man who was rewarded again today, back-to-back hundreds for the England captain, Joe Root. He's machine-like.
What can we say about Joe Root? We all know what kind of player he is. He's a wonderful player. When he's going well, it's a pleasure to watch. And back-to-back hundreds, I mean, the West Indians just can't seem to find a way to stem the flow of runs from his bat. But he's a wonderful player, and I mean, he has had a wonderful last 14 months. So he's in a real purple patch at the moment, and how can they stop him on this type of services? It's not going to be easy.
That's a caveat there that you'd have to throw in. It's not that he hasn't scored runs around the world. That number 3 position, there was so much talk coming into the series about Joe Root batting at 3. Given the entire context of the opposition, the pitches, has he quelled any of those doubts?
No, I don't think there was any doubt that he could bat at number 3. I think the doubt was he's batted so well at number 4. I think I'm with Sir Crawley. I'm an Englishman. I'm sick of talking about Joe Root and how great he is at batting, and I mean that with every due respect, because if you just don't know what to say other than great things. The one thing I will say about Joe Root batting at number 3, he's took Zach Crawley to 100 in Antigua, and he's nearly took Daniel Lawrence to 100 in Barbados. So that 3 gluing the whole thing together might just be a masterstroke from the England captain.
Absolutely brilliant, the England captain. 800s in the last 14 months, as Sir Crawley said, batting by position. Obviously, that 51 there at 4, more limited numbers there at number 5, but number 3, 41.8, but 200s in this series, truly outstanding. Right, I just want to end this day's play with a couple of questions to Crawley, and I want to come back at you. We have a question from Osaf Mohammed. What can the West Indies do to ask more questions of the England batters, given the surface and how little it's offering at the moment anyway?
I think they probably need to exercise a bit more patience, first thing, and try to starve the England players. Figure to go a bit wider of off stump, let them leave a lot more, and then look to sneak in 1 or 2 wicket-taking deliveries if you can. But I think that at the moment, the England players are scoring a little too freely, starve them out a little bit more, force them to come at you wide of off stump if they want to score, and you may nick an edge or 2.
You agree?
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think what we found in this game, or this day's play, being very few play and misses, very few leaves. And I think that is testament not only to the way Dan Lawrence and Joe Root played, but just says you how good this surface is and how benign this surface is. So, like we always say, let's see what happens when both teams bat in it. If the West Indies have got a flat wicket like that and the game breaks up, we've got a decent test match wicket. If it stays like this for 5 days, I dread to think what this man next to us, what I dread to think what position he's going to be in. So that for me is drying it up. Patience would be definitely the key for tomorrow morning.
I have one quick question again from Raza Hassan, and he asked if any of the teams could have considered perhaps playing 2 spinners, having looked at the surface. Consideration or not?
Well, for West Indies, they don't have a second spinner, so that's out of the question. England?
I think that would have been a real consideration this morning when Craig Overton was poorly. But they've gone with Matt Fisher. For me, it's the right decision because I think it's a fact-finding. I think we want to see the 2 young bowlers, but I think Matt Parkinson would have definitely been in their thoughts at 9:30 this morning when Craig Overton was poorly.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your insight. As always, we look forward to more from Steve and from Crawley over the course of this test match, another 4 days. So just to remind you that this second Apex test match continues tomorrow, and we'll be on air at 9:45 a.m. here at Kensington Oval with our build-up to day 2, and we hope that you will join us then. But we must say we hope that you've enjoyed the opening day of this test. Beautiful weather here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Look forward to your company tomorrow.
Gentlemen,